Welcome in everyone to the next session of the Fifth Trumpet. And hello, dear Observer. Once again, I ask you, have you thought upon our last conversation? What was your answer? How silly. You have yet to answer, yet I keep asking the same questions. Allow me to share another thought I've had recently. Right and wrong. Morality. What is the nature of such things? Certainly, it is a human concept. Nature does not treat morality as one of her own. So to understand morality is to go beyond the reaches of nature then. In that case, it must be something for humans, by humans. It was made to serve ourselves, to protect us, to guide us. So what is morality? What is good? What is evil? Do we have a basis for such things? 1. To steal from someone is evil. 1a. To steal from someone poor is evil. 1b. To steal from someone rich is not evil. 1bi. To steal from someone rich to give to the poor is good. Context changes the nature of morality, and so morality itself is flexible. But then what basis do we compare what is good and what is evil? And how does it change when two humans are involved? 3, 4. Morality is something made by humans for humans, but perhaps it is more accurate to say it is something made for each person to be decided by that person. Only you can decide what is good. Only you can decide what is evil. And through that, you enact your own morality onto the world. What is good and evil to others does not matter to the individual. All that matters is what oneself views as good and evil. Then is morality such a selfish individual thing? Was it made as a way for us to decide for ourselves? To choose what world we wanted to live in? How strange to think that all one needs to fill the world with good and evil is one human soul. Humans are such self-centered fools. So then, if that is the case, then please tell me, what is your morality? What is your good? What is your evil? And your interference on Wednesday prevented the remnants of L Corp and those they have chosen to align with finding themselves beset on all sides. And only the one who bears the eyes being able to act at first. For the duration of this session, there will be no surprise rounds of combat, where the remnants of L Corp and their allies, save for Prior, are staggered. However, one event will come to pass tonight. I bid you to remember this well, for it will only be spoken once. The foes the remnants of L Corp and those they have chosen to align with find themselves facing will not fall when struck down. And now, managers and your allies, or should I call you the Miix recovery team? You all find yourselves in an ominous shifting manner that resembles that of the Leonis estate. Doorways appear where they shouldn't be. You turn away and then look back, only to find the halls have rearranged themselves when your back was turned. The light seems to come from somewhere, but you can't identify its source. It's a constantly shifting, infinite, cold labyrinth. Your heads hurt. All of you feel groggy. And, Miix recovery team, what is your reaction as you slowly open your eyes? And we'll begin with you, Alyosha.
Hi everyone, I am Miix and I play Miix recovery team captain Alyosha. It basically goes like this. Where are we? Guys? And Alyosha pushes herself straight awake. She frantically looks around to see if anyone else is with her.
Meru, you are the next to wake up. What is your reaction when you do and when you hear Alyosha?
Hello. I am Meru Online, and I play our control team department head, Meru. And I think as he comes to in this place, Meru he's certainly confused. Definitely feels a little out of sorts. I think you can see that his prosthetic horns keep flashing and certainly jolting him, almost as if they are overloaded from trying to pick up on what exactly is the potential danger surrounding him. But with the area that they are currently in not really sounding the most stable, it's probably a bit too hard to figure out what's going on so quickly. So Meru is certainly very on edge right now, and he can feel that the headache pounding. But he's used to having to jolt into action immediately after waking up or coming to or anything like that. So I think the moment he realizes that he is awake and hears Alyosha's voice, he's pretty much already at attention, despite the pain from the jolts and the headache that he currently has.
Absolutely. Meru, you don't see any immediate dangers. And as you jolt awake with this headache, Prior, you are the next one to wake up in this place.
Hello, everyone. My name is Prior Year, and I play Manager Prior. And as soon as the lights come back on, it's very clear someone is home. Prior is, from the moment his eyes snap open, his feet are already struggling to get under him. They're slipping a little on the ground as he forces them beneath him and bolts to his feet so fast. His vision in all the eyes but the three on the side of his face swims with colored gray and black dots. A wooziness grips what his body might consider a stomach as he sways and grabs at his staff on his back to steady himself against the ground, using it almost as a walking stick for a moment as he forces himself to snap back to attention. The last thing he remembers, he was about ready to charge Adam, preordation or not, and as he looks around, his memory begins to fill in the holes, and his gaze only grows darker as he struggles to fully piece together a gap in his mind he doesn't fully understand. Prior realizes now that there is someone else living inside of Miix's skin, and that is a sensation he himself knows all too well. He can't focus on anything right now except trying to figure out who he is and if anyone around him, that everyone else around him is still okay.
Absolutely. Prior, you can see that Alyosha and Meru have both awoken, and you can see Kai, Yuna, and Lazarus are here, but still unconscious. And Kai, before we go to you, the light does filter into this place. You all may, including Alyosha, gain a point of sin from affinity. And we go to you, Kai, as this light washing over you does wake you.
Hello. I am Kai Calypso, playing manager Kai, of the Miix recovery team, who slowly sits up and looks around the room, rubbing his eyes and forehead, at first unsure of where they were before this, where they are, or if this is actually a place that he is consciously. As he sits himself up and gains his bearings, he looks around to account for Meru and Prior, and I assume sees them either sleeping or waking up.
You do indeed. You can see the both of them.
And as a secondary thought, looks around for Alyosha.
You see her as well. Oh, please continue.
Seems to be in one piece. And then it starts to come back to him what they had seen before they woke up in this room. And he thinks, what the hell was Miix thinking before she let this thing take control of her?
Absolutely. And just what was Miix thinking, Kai? As you all see, Lazarus without a sound, his body just sort of slumps upright, and Yuna begins to blink. Their body sort of twitching as it looks like they're beginning to wake. But as you're all looking around, you all realize, aside from yourselves, Lazarus and Yuna, there's one more person here. As you all see Abel's body jolt awake, and he is immediately on the defensive, not offensive, getting to his feet and curling his hands into his fists, as if waiting to see if you all are itching to attack him. Do any of you try to move towards him? Or do any of you try to make a move towards him?
After everyone is seemingly stunned for a moment, Prior shakes off the cobwebs in his brain and goes, "Former department head Abel, you come here often?"
Abel gives you a look, Prior, that I cannot even begin to describe. There's not necessarily hatred in his eyes. It's just he opens his mouth, closes his mouth. There's the flaring of fire from one of the fists, not even in an aggressive manner, and more he is just shocked at what you have just said. And he...
Come on, you know more my sense of humor more than anyone else here, Abel. We were co-workers for quite a while.
Yes,
and
I do.
I have... You do remember. Oh, you remember that one time I caught you starting to doze off in a hallway and blasted the second trumpet in your ear for, what,
I
What was it?
remember.
I got you with that twice. Twice I got you with that.
I remember you being quite fond of nasty pranks, shall we say. And once more the fire just sort of flares up in his fists as he says, regardless, this isn't the facility, and I'm here. It doesn't matter why I'm here. Why are the rest of you here? And his eyes have kind of gone over towards the Lazarus, so he seems to be waiting for any of you to say something or make a move, as Lazarus has not said a word to any of you since waking up.
I think Alyosha is just about able to pull herself out of her shock stupor and why were you here?
He just kind of lets out a sigh at that, though his harsh gaze softens a little as he looks to you, Alyosha, and he says, I'm here because I need to see my little sister again.
Sorry, but last I heard, you tried to kill them all.
That's not an inaccurate description of what occurred.
Alyosha will, at this point, start to take a stance as if to ready to fight.
When he sees you do so, Alyosha, Lazarus does step in for the first time, moving in front of Abel, and his cloak kind of sways about him as he looks at you and says, Alyosha.
What?
It's not worth a fight. Fighting Abel here won't solve anything. You all only have 3 ampules total, right? There's not even one that you have for yourself.
Well, there goes our bluff, Pryor says, though from Pryor's stance, it doesn't look like he was in much of a mood to fight Abel. In fact, he's actually put his weapon back on his back, even though it seems that the general atmosphere seems rather hostile. Pryor has actually, for once, taken Lazarus's side and actually kind of comes up beside Alyosha and very gently, he doesn't put a hand on her shoulder more than he kind of like waves to the side of her face to get her attention and says, look, the city's a cruel, harsh place where people will try and take power wherever they can. We have our problems with Abel, and Abel and us have a lot of dirty laundry. But if he wasn't here to kill Miix, it means he's not on Leon's side. And the enemy of my enemy...
Fine, I get it.
Lazarus does lift the mask slightly, and there is the slightest smile that you can see on his face, first directed at you, Pryor. And it's this almost grin as he says, oops, forgot to keep that a secret. But then his smile does return to a more gentle one aimed at you, Alyosha, and he says, I understand what has happened before, but we can use all the allies we can have in saving Cain. And he will step back at this point, lowering his mask again.
Alyosha will take a moment and then let out a big sigh. Fine. If all y'all are gonna be barking in my ear about it, then I guess I don't got a choice. I guess we can do a truce for now.
Truce. For now. And Abel just nods his head at that. And he sort of crosses his arms. It looks as if he's not quite sure how to engage with all of you. You can tell he's still very much on edge as his eyes keep flickering from one person to another. Do any of you decide to say anything to him?
Prior is going to. All right, just to clear, as Prior kind of approaches, he rolls his shoulders back and he just. The last time Prior saw Abel was that horrible day, and that being said, Prior would be a hypocrite if he didn't understand why someone would choose to take Neo's gifts. And so he will actually offer Abel his hand. It's not a friendly gesture, but it is an olive branch extending one as he reaches out across the distance, and he goes, our plan is to make Miix okay again. Once that's done, you can have your conversation with her if that's what you need, and we can both get back to never seeing each other again.
Abel does actually step forward. He tentatively reaches out his hand, though he's keeping the farthest distance he can from you, Prior. And when you take his hand, it is still warm from the flames that die down from the gauntlets he uses. And he simply says, deal.
Prior nods, and he steps back and takes a deep breath. So how the fuck did you learn about all this? As far as we were aware, we only knew about all of this because of... Prior looks at Lazarus and goes...
Lazarus is just looking right at you. Well, you think he's looking at you. You can't really tell with the mask on.
Don't tell me that purple hair and Veg over there also tricked you into arriving at the wrong time.
There is a chorus of no's from Lazarus and Abel both, as Lazarus says, nope, not me, and holds up his hands in a surrendering gesture, and Abel curls his hand tighter into a fist and just goes, no, I didn't know he was going to be here. I knew I had to be here. That she would be here in this place. was just wandering around aimlessly for a bit after that day. After I decided not to. And he looks like he can't vocalize the next words as he just kind of looks to the side and says, after what happened between us, I had some business to take care of. And then I had an urge, I suppose you could say.
What, one of your gut instincts or something I always hear fixers yapping about?
I'm not a fixer.
Ah. Pryor kind of waves his hands like in that kind of like, all Nestborns are like fixers to me kind of gesture, but he goes, well, whatever. I hear them yapping all about these gut feelings and all that. Never had one of them myself, but what, like? Pryor doesn't say it out loud and goes, Lemonade, iced tea, pug, strawberry. Nope,
What
you
the
didn't predict
fuck
that.
are you
Okay.
saying? And he just kind of
Listen, I was
blinks a
testing
couple
something.
times.
You didn't know what I was going to say next, right?
I have no clue what you're saying right now.
All right, good. Pryor gets this. Pryor nods his head, satisfied for now, and sort of goes.
Abel does look past him at the rest of you, almost incredulous, as if, like, curious if this is normal behavior for him, or if this is just, like, Pryor being Pryor, or if something's been happened to his brain. Like, Abel, it's clear from the look on Abel's face that he's just baffled.
Kai shrugs. If that gives any indication.
Meru, for the record, this entire time, it's not that Meru didn't do what he did before, when he had pointed his gun at Alyosha. He wasn't pointing his gun at Abel. He would if Abel moved any closer. But he hasn't. But he has been, like, with the eye that you can see, has definitely been glaring directly at Abel the entire time. For what I would imagine are obvious reasons. But I think when Pryor does that, there is a brief moment where Meru's brow furrows and his eye flickers from Abel to Pryor and like a what the fuck, and then kind of just like you can kind of see like a singular gear turn in his head as he just goes, not important. And then he goes back to glaring at Abel. He's used to it, basically.
Pryor is sad. Pryor has never been one to care what other people think about him. His curiosity has been satisfied, and he'll ask more later. Moving on from what must seem like a bout of insanity, he crosses his arms and he just goes, listen. I have a lot to ask you. Frankly, too much. And we don't have a lot of time.
No,
but
we don't.
Where did you go, Abel? You just, walked off into the sunset? You missed one hell of a show after you left, by the way.
Are you talking about after what happened in District 23? I told you before, yeah. I was wandering around for a while. I had some things to handle.
You're not going to be any more specific. You're leaving it at that?
You don't need to know my business.
Family resemblance. And with that, Pryor mutters and just shakes his head. But he knows getting answers from the Leonises is like bleeding a stone. So he's just going to go, I've always wanted to ask, though, how did you get out of the facility all those years ago?
Well, back then, Firebird was the one who got me out of there. I'd been called down for the first time to that basement area of Ange's. You remember, I'm pretty sure you all remember that that hologram, that AI assistant we had back at the branch.
The facility's manual unit, yes.
Yeah. I was called down there and I was met with this projection on a screen. I was brought down to that layer and I saw the way down to the lower layer where I imagined the manager was, though it was blocked off, so I couldn't access it. Ange was going to inject something into me. It was this green liquid. And then Firebird breached.
This is a slightly different variation of the story than they heard from Ange, correct?
Yes.
Because Ange didn't exactly remember. She was being honest. We already established that. She was being honest. She didn't exactly remember what happened.
Ange doesn't exactly remember what happened, and you know she was being honest, but her story does not match up with Abel's.
Briar nods and then goes, well, sounds about right. The facility's manual unit was really something, wasn't it?
It really was. And he
you and Firebird. Yeah, Per tries to move on very quickly. He cuts Abel off and goes, so what? Do you just hitched a ride on a breaching abnormality and then it decided to keep following your orders? As far as I remember, Firebird was about as ornery as abnormalities got back in the facility.
I was always the best at hunting Firebird, if you remember. I know we didn't collaborate much back then, given I wasn't a department head for long, when you also were one. But I was the reason that Bird never went to any of the other departments. I would handle it alone. I
Still don't know how you managed that.
We always got along well, I guess you could say. What, weren't you always praying to that skull?
That was a Zayn.
He just sort of looks at you for a moment longer prior, and then his eyes trail to the rest of you and fall on Alyosha as he says, I know you, Alyosha, and I know those three. It looks like you've found me again. And Alyosha, you remember the last time when you went to the web and found Abel there. And he then glances over at Lazarus and says, "And I know you." And there is an extended silence as the two of them just sort of stare at each other before he looks to Yuna and says, "You. What is Cain to you?" And managers, you all remember that Yuna never came upstairs to you, with you to the throne room. It's likely Abel heard of or saw Yuna through the web's network, but the two of them never did actually come face to face before. And Yuna kind of shuffles a bit nervous under Abel's gaze and takes a deep breath and then says, Miix is my girlfriend.
Whoa! Prior, like, Prior's head whips around and all three eyes on nothing there turn. And however, it is Prior's voice that comes out of my mouth when he says, "Hello?"
What?
Yuna, you dog.
What the hell?
I fucking knew it! Yuna! Prior, like, crosses the floor to, like, grab Yuna by the shoulders and go, "I knew you had it in you!"
Why? Yuna, why?
Yeah, Yuna, why?
I mean,
yeah. Why?
well, I really like Boss. And Yuna just immediately shuts their eyes and their face is bright red as they say, I like Boss a lot. I guess we're not we're pretty much girlfriends, right? Or I guess girlfriend and partners.
Is this breaking some HR
Do we
code
have-
or something?
I was going to ask, do we have HR?
Yeah,
I don't think it matters.
The only HR
Barry
in the
was
facility.
grimacing.
The only HR in the facility is technically myself, and then if you can't go to me, it's Kit. I
that's-
approve.
I don't know this Kit fella.
I don't think
But,
Kit would approve.
Well, who runs the training team? That's right,
Badly,
it's
so-
me.
Yeah.
Well, I guess technically there have been some Italians who got with the Leonis household in the past, but still, it feels weird.
Feels like nepotism.
I
No, I mean, good on you.
Yeah, sorry. Wait, why? Look, I love Cain with all my heart, but
Boss is really pretty and she's nice and she's helped me out of things, and Abel is just watching all this and his eyes just sort of narrow as he goes, "Huh?"
Wait, shit. Fuck. Prior turns and he goes, "A lot of the old structures from when we were managers stuck around when we decided to go form our own group. What, you think we were the only people who crawled out of our branch?"
That wasn't what I was reacting to. And Abel just kind of, honestly, at this point, just starts gesturing at Yuna and says, "But no, I guess thanks for filling me in on that."
Excuse me. Yuna has helped defeat a big brother in combat. Do not at all.
Wait, is that what happened to Zachary?
Prior.
Abel's looking at all
I've
of you as
already
you
been
say
exiled.
that and says,
why is
I was like,
everyone all
that's
pink?
what happened to
I've already been exiled. I really do not think my position in the middle can get any worse than it currently
I don't
is.
care. I don't like Zachary either. Fuck that guy. I was glad when I heard he was dead.
Yeah,
I just-
a lot of this is going over my head.
Oh, right. Abel looks to you, Alyosha, and says, don't worry about it. I'm sure they'll fill you in later.
There's this guy, he sucked. He's gone now. legally not dead.
It really
Gone.
doesn't narrow it down
He's
at all.
gone. He's gone, and he's not coming back.
That
And-
doesn't narrow it. Well, I guess.
Lazarus does pipe up and says, right, yes, and if word got out, and from anyone in this room that big brother was dead, due to this, we'd probably all be in the book.
Yeah, let's be very clear. We're all dead if this information gets out. Like, I'm not safe. Abel's not safe. Yuna, you're really not safe if this information
Don't
ever gets
remind me
out.
of that, and Yuna's eyes are still
What?
squeezed shut.
What? Why'd you
Anyway,
have to go and tell us?
well,
Why'd you have to go and tell me?
well, you know,
Well, nothing.
it's a mixed recovery school. I mean, Miix would also.
Maru,
Me.
I think we should cut down on Pryor's snacks.
I already cut down on his snacks.
I think we should cut him down more. Clearly, he
Yeah.
needs to learn to be graceful when it comes to other people
Listen,
and how
it's
his
like,
problems could
how
affect
many-
them.
how many times does he open his big mouth and it's immediately?
In the past 2
Yeah.
weeks, too many.
You weren't even there for some of them.
Hey, no, I believe you. Why
Why are you
See
walking
what I've
away?
had to be. You see what I've been having to deal with, Abel?
Abel,
What about what I've had to deal with from you? Carry on. Keep talking to him if you want.
The echo in Pryor's mind of sometimes you should learn when to shut your mouth plays, and he just shuts his mouth and goes, and he looks at Abel with a look that just says, right, we're here for a reason, as he clears his throat and goes, levity helps the heart adapt to rough climates. And I think you know as well as we do that we only have one direction we can travel.
Wait,
So
fuck. Oh, no,
That's not a good
no,
sound.
no. No, you just reminded me. Where's Miix?
Pryor looks around and goes, right, you... Actually, I want to clarify with this. Now, the whole manor and all the opening doors are new. But you mentioned that that we were in a hallway right now, right?
yes, you are all in a hallway. You don't see Miix anywhere.
Is this hallway familiar to the last time Miix dragged us into something?
This hallway is very familiar to the place you remember the cocoon dragging you to. However, the walls here are not cracked. They are repaired. And you can see that there are more doors than before. Unlike the cocoon, which was cracked and contained to a single hallway, this place seems to be a sprawling labyrinth of a manor, where the pillars and the walls have been repaired in full.
And there's an actual roof over our head this time.
There is.
Pryor nods and he goes, right, Alyosha, I guess this is probably your first time dealing with something like this. Maybe it is for you too, Abel. We are in I don't know how to describe it, an other space. Every time one of us heard the golden voice, I'll explain it later, Alyosha, it's a lot. Something happened and we ended up in a space like this. It's not quite the city, and it's not quite anywhere else. All this is familiar, and I bet you Miix is somewhere at the heart of it. This place opens up when I don't really understand it, honestly. Miix was the one who tended to put together that kind of information, but
Okay, so you don't know. Then what? That doesn't explain anything.
Miix is probably in the depths of it. We have to move through this space, and it will guide us. Kind of.
Guide us?
At least that's how it's worked every other time. This place is a collection of experiences. As long as we have a course in mind, if we have somewhere we're going and we move, we'll end up somewhere. And that somewhere has always ended in the source. And in this case, the source should be Miix.
All right, well, then what the hell was that machine? Does that have anything to do with this? Lazarus?
When you call out his name, Lazarus does step forward a bit and says, I'll tell you in a bit. All right?
What do you mean you'll tell me in a bit?
What
the hell are you talking about? She was attached to that, and then once she got off it, she started acting all weird. This isn't the time to be... This isn't the time to be cryptic.
And this isn't the time I can exactly share. And Lazarus does have his mask on still. Would any of you like to make an insight roll? It is challenge 8.
Who has the best insight?
I think it's Kai.
Is it me? Okay.
Are we allowed to give like a bonus dice?
You can give, if you have a point of insight, you can give Kai a bonus dice.
I have my 1 dot.
Okay.
I don't have any.
Sorry, what is the roll? Insight what?
Intuition insight.
Thank you, Meru.
You're welcome.
I believe Yuna can also give you a point.
Oh, may I?
Absolutely. Unfortunately, Abel cannot help. Nor can Prior and Alyosha.
Okay, well, I'm going to push with that point. That send point that we got earlier.
Absolutely.
Hang on. Possible. Possible.
You can do it?
Possible. Maybe.
That's 5 successes.
Oh,
6
man.
successes. He's unreadable. You
Damn it.
can't make sense of what his intentions might be. And he simply just keeps looking to you, Alyosha, and just says, just take my word for it.
What the hell was that? She wasn't acting like... She wasn't acting like Cain.
Yuna is gripping their weapon and looks to you and you speak, Prior.
No, she wasn't. I, of course, have theories. Theories that I've had to come to without evidence, as he looks pointedly towards Lazarus and goes, "You're not fully off the hook, but you can lead a Lazarus to water, but you can't make him fucking speak." I need to see a little more before I start speaking on what it could be. There's a lot of different things, but for now, all we absolutely know for certain is you are correct. Miix is acting in a way she shouldn't be. Something has caused this all to change. I wish I knew why. Oh, for what end? But all we know for certain right now is we aren't going to find the answers just sitting here. If this really is that space out of space created by the Golden Bough, then I have a feeling the truth will be revealed to us if we proceed. Miix. There's many things that it could be that are reversible. And Pryor leaves it at that and leaves the unspoken part of that sentence unspoken.
And if it's not, Alyosha says, just saying it out loud for everyone.
Then I'm sure that will be revealed to us in time.
Yuna is clutching their weapon even tighter, and they just say, there is a lot of technology in the city. I've heard before of ways to implant someone's memories in someone else.
My daughter told me once of a terrible thing called an anaworm. I have never seen one myself, but perhaps it could be that. He would certainly be rich enough to have procured one from H Corp. Or it could be, as Alfonso said, and some kind of total memory wipe and then some kind of implanted hypnosis to make Miix believe a life that didn't happen. It could be any number of things. The city has any number of things. Could just be good old-fashioned torture and brainwashing.
Hi, Meru. Are there any thoughts in either of your heads, or anything you two have to say as this dawns on you?
I honestly, I don't think Meru has anything specific to add to that.
I'm not sure that Kai has anything to add to the conversation, but what Pryor had said about this place guiding them to whatever the answer may be, the inner machinations of the mind given physical form are still hard for Kai to wrap his head around, even though it has, in a much less complex way than it seems to happen to Miix, happened to himself. But the only way to get to what answer they're looking for is by pushing forward. So I think that's about all of the resolve that he can have.
Alyosha, looks as if she's trying to pick the pieces back together, but it's tough. The idea that the Cain or the Miix that they knew is gone. I mean, it's on everyone's faces. They can put on a tough act as much as they like, or they can try not think about it at all. But everybody knows there's a strong possibility that she's never coming back. So Alyosha's just quiet.
Abel is silent as well, but he has looked away from the rest of you for a moment, and you can see that his fist is trembling. And Lazarus just sort of steps forward and says, well, we already knew it was going to be damn near impossible, and we all decided to come here anyways. So let's just believe in our past selves and get her back then.
You know, at that, Alyosha will kind of snap back to reality. Right. Right. Okay. All right. Okay, everyone. We're gonna keep moving forward. I'll be leading the charge. I know this place like the back of my hand, even if it's not exactly the same place. I probably have a better nose for things than any of y'all.
Abel does look to you, Alyosha, and goes, are you sure? We don't know if this place has the same layout of the manor, do we?
Oh, but either way, it's not like I can lead from the back, is it?
Guess not.
Okay, everybody, get in formation. We're moving.
Meru,
What?
you and I should stick together. It's probably best that we stay close.
Okay.
Normally, me and Miix would have to try and unravel the secrets as we came across them, but you have just as much experience as she did with uncovering the strange and unusual, far more than I do. I'll be relying on you to pick out any strange details. You can count on me to give you any help, okay?
Meru will look up at Pryor and he'll nod his head and he goes, well, I always do, so. And then he'll glance over at Yuna and Kai and he'll go, Kai, can you keep an eye on Yuna?
Absolutely. Yeah. Then Kai will, I think, stay a little bit, stay next to behind Yuna.
Thanks, Kai. You were a good bodyguard back in District 23?
It was my job at a point.
Right, I guess you were literally one. I was referring to back when we were there, but I forgot that was your literal job there too.
No, I'm glad that I can be of use.
Well, in that case, Abel, Lazarus, you lead the point with me up front.
Abel doesn't look... He doesn't protest, but you can kind of just see a look on his face. And Lazarus does not say anything and just, almost with a skip of sorts, goes into your formation.
All right, I guess we'll start moving.
Absolutely. You all are able to make your way through the Leonis Manor, ? There are floating portraits of past Leonis patriarchs and matriarchs as you do. You go through hall upon hall. I will say, Alyosha, I'm going to need a check from you. That's going to be a, I would say, understanding... What would be the best check to make? You know what? I will give you an understanding high society check, and you can add your A Corp specialty, because you're using the layout of the existing manor to try to make this check. And it is going to be a challenge 6.
Oh, jeez. I guess I'll push.
Absolutely. Oh, sorry, I should have phrased that differently. It is a challenge for you to be able to navigate, but it is a challenge 6 to be able to navigate without, like, any, like, rerouting, basically.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, challenge 3 you can still navigate. It's just challenge 6 is needed to not, like, you know, have an occasional, like, wrong turn. Oh my god! 6 successes. Alyosha, this place is surreal. It isn't the manor you recognize growing up in. However, it is close enough to the manor and the various Leonis manors you have visited that you pretty much are able to figure out the layout. There's a couple times where you're about to go down a hall and then you realize that that hall is going to change and you take another turn and you find the correct place you're looking for. You are able to navigate through these halls without issue. So you should not run into, unless the scenario changes, at this point in time, you will not run into any directional issues. And oh, sorry, what were you gonna say?
That's scary.
And unless you all have anything to say to each other as you're walking, I can let you know what you all see.
Yeah, please do.
Yeah, I think Prior is mostly just trying to keep an eye out for anything that reminds him of any of the past fathoms they've been through, but otherwise he's kind of waiting for a clue or a sign of where the fathoms is taking them.
Absolutely. I will say, with the 6 successes, Alyosha, you are able to navigate around any butlers or golden bow hunters that may be in this place. And you all end up coming into one of the great halls, where there is a giant statue of a woman. She is holding a flaming sword in one hand, despite it being a 2-handed weapon. She has one knee bent, and the arm carrying the sword is raised, laying it on her right shoulder, with her left arm reaching towards the ground. Do any of you read the plaque?
I mean, Prior will if no one stops him.
Absolutely. It says the first on it.
Is everyone in the Leonis family allergic to just giving proper names to things? Who the fuck is the first?
Hey!
Or just this out loud.
Show some respect. Jeez. And Alyosha, like, it kind of sounds a little silly, but, like, she looks at you very seriously.
I mean,
Okay.
does Alyosha know what the first is, or...?
Yeah, it sounds like she does. Prior fixes her with an equally annoyed stare, and you can tell listen, Prior's a Backstreet Syndicate Spy Fingers member, okay? Respect isn't normally a word in his vocabulary when he's not schmoozing, and he does fix Alyosha with a firm, and the floor is yours to tell me why respect is due.
And Alyosha.
I'd figure someone like you, being a tatted up fool of the back streets, wouldn't mind the idea of respecting someone who's important. That there's the first Natalia. Funny that her statue's here, though.
And when Alyosha speaks that name, I won't be calling for a roll because none of you but Alyosha, Abel, and Lazarus would recognize the statue of this woman, the exact statue, and are the 3 who know this name personally. Yuna does actually, Yuna didn't recognize the statue, but the moment you say the name, Alyosha, the first Natalia, Yuna's eyes do light up in recognition. But as the three of you came from the back street, Meru, Kai, Pryor, none of you have the education or the knowledge to even attempt to roll for this. And
Do any of us even have a dot of high society between all of us?
only Kai.
Yeah.
But Kai would not have this knowledge. And Alyosha, I won't make you roll for this. You already know anything you would like to share regarding this figure here.
Well, yeah. Alyosha will rub her nose a bit and say, that there's the predecessor of every single Chief Butler. At least all the Natalias, which there have been a lot. Still don't know why her statue's here, though. I guess you said this place is made up of, what, memories? I guess it makes sense.
That's our working theory, yes. Maybe it's memories, maybe it's fears, beliefs. We don't fully understand the mechanisms yet.
Well,
Okay, well, hold on. You told us before, all the Natalias take the name, and this was the first Natalia. Was she the first to take the name, or was she the one the Nats were named after?
she was the one that every other Natalia since were named after, male or female. Although, she weren't no Butler. Came from the same place I did, though. And Alyosha will say that, and she looks a little proud.
Pryor raises an eyebrow, and as he sort of like crosses his arms, he seems to be trying to put pieces together and goes, well, if you know any information on this woman, if her visage is appearing here, it might mean that she's important in some way, so why don't you tell us what you know about her?
Could you at least try to sound a little more reverent?
Yuna does pipe up and says, Pryor's not exactly reverent to anyone, but I'd kind of like to know the history. I mean, I only know a little bit about her from the legends, but any more knowledge would be... And you can tell Yuna, like, their eyes are gleaming a little from behind the glasses. Like, Yuna does look genuinely curious.
Well, I guess I can. It's not like we ain't seen a head or tail of Miix. And Alyosha will look around.
Before Alyosha continues, Pryor will say, in the previous times we visited places like this, sometimes the path doesn't reveal itself until conditions have been met. Maybe learning about this is one of them. We won't know until we try.
Well, let's see. It's a long story. I won't bore you with the details, but she was originally from L Corp, District 24. Long time ago. So long ago. Jeez. Well, I guess I was never good at specific dates, but point is, it was a long time ago. She was a grunt worker, actually. One of those excavations I carried out in the district. Leonis family had a, from what I remember, they had a vested interest in any kind of excavation work over out there. So, they invested a bunch of money, and there were a bunch of different expeditions, blah, 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 all that. So, after probably months of work, it was all excavating resources and valuables. Y'all have heard of the kind of work that happens in that score, I'm sure. Well, months into all that, the Leonis matriarch at the time came to visit. Now, we don't really know the circumstances too well, or rather, more so their lost time, but either way, she came, and along with her was her grandson. Little kid, little squirt. I think he was about 10. No, probably 8 at the time. Anyways, long story short, there was an attack ordered by one of Leonis' household's most powerful enemies at the time. Leonis were rising a new house back then. They were ambitious and desperate to make a name for themselves. And that rubbed some people the wrong way. It was during that attack that they managed to take the life of the Leonis matriarch. Not before she formed a contract with the first. The matriarch promised her riches behind her wildest dreams as long as she kept the heir safe. But like I said, the first was a pretty ordinary woman. She was really out there working to send money back home from the back streets, no less. She weren't no nestborn, certainly not. So, the idea of a contract like that was mighty appealing. So, first, along with, I think, 2 other survivors, safeguarded the boy all the way to Texacor's border. Eventually, came a point where their goal was just in sight. That's when tragedy struck. Their enemy managed to catch up to them. But the first had a ace up her sleeve. She would use a relic she'd found within the ruins and took to the battlefield like she had so many times before. They always made a point that the first wasn't a butler, wasn't a trained soldier. She was poor, just trying to make ends meet. She argued with her companions. She got frustrated with the boy. These people laughed, fought, cried. Bonds they forged was what first gave her life for. Not for Ange. And she managed to defeat all the enemies pursuing them in that last battle, but succumbed to her wounds after. And after that, knowing full well that the first would scoff and make fun of the boy for doing something like this, when he returned to Leonis Manor with the recovered relic, he created a title. Title named after Natalia, first. So ever since then, each chief butler's bequeathed the name Natalia, the relic she used to protect the Leonis family. And that's what every Natalia since should strive for. At least that's the idea. It's not about being the strongest or the richest or the most powerful. What each Natalia should strive for is that relationship, the bond formed with loyalty and friendship. Sword self's named Graham. And I'm sure y'all know who's holding it already. Flaming sword, but aside from that, I don't know too much about it. Old Nat was always more conservative about using it. So that there's a story.
Yuna
Right.
doesn't have a notebook on them, but they look like they've been wanting to take notes. Prior, what were you gonna say?
Priors. How good is Alyosha's like flat insight, I should ask?
She doesn't have any.
Okay, perfect. Alyosha may be fooled for a moment for thinking that Prior has a reverent gaze in his eyes. He was hanging off of your every word by the end. However, any illusion you had that Prior might actually be showing respect for another human being is kind of shattered when he goes, "When you say a relic, do you mean a relic?"
Guess it was too much to ask.
A relic. A relic. A true, genuine relic.
The others are all looking at you, Prior. As you
Prior
ask
is focused
this.
on one thing, and that is Alyosha's response.
Yes.
In my entire long life, have only had the blessing, true blessing, to hold 3 relics in my hand, not counting Neo, the device. 2 of them I had to return to their true owners. 1 of them I had to see removed. But they are like nothing else. And if it is still around, we cannot Most families in the city, even the richest, barely can hope to dream of owning one of such a great devices. We'll have to hope. She didn't seem to have it on her when if she was pulled into this place alongside everyone else. So let us hope that the relic is lost. I would love to see it with my own eyes, but I would hate to feel it with my own flesh.
Well, we'll come to that route. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it.
Maybe. No. We should be focused. We have a mission. We have a job to do. We can't get distracted. But thank you. Thank you
Prior?
for the history lesson.
Prior? Look,
Yes.
I'm traveling with y'all because I think y'all are decent folk, and because I think y'all have Mix's best interests at heart. And there's a decent chance we'll have to deal and tango with old Matt. If you have any intentions of doing anything stupid, if you see a relic,
if you think I'm going to get down on my knees and beg her for it, you're dead wrong. No. And Pryor's whatever gleam he had in his eyes dies as quickly as it came as he narrows his brow and goes, while I would love to get my hands on another relic, I am also aware that if it is in the possession of another person, our first and only objective is to avoid fighting the person holding it, get around them, and get to Miix. I'm simply saying that if the chance comes that we might be able to acquire it, I would be fascinated in learning what it does. Besides, most people can't wield any such relic. They are delicate pieces of technology. You need to have the proper affinity for it, the aptitude. It has to be in your blood, in your heart, in your soul, according to some people. I have heard rumors that for some, powerful relics are little more than hefty paperweights. I knew a man who had one who I never got my hands on. He just swung it around like a giant blunt object. The moron had infinite power at his fingertips, and he simply lacked the aptitude to wield it effectively. So no, you don't have to worry about me doing something stupid. I'm just considering our options we have available to us.
if we were to get that relic, it ain't going to you, my friend.
Pryor clicks his tongue, and then he does follow it up by saying, I had no intention of keeping something that doesn't belong to me. I'm not here to rob the Leonis family blind. I'm just here to rescue Miix.
Good.
You
Then let's
can't
keep
fault
moving.
me for being curious about a piece of technology that I will probably never be able to set my eyes on again, however.
I already have. Now let's keep moving.
Pryor nods his head. He feels this conversation has kind of reached its natural conclusion anyway.
Absolutely. Abel has been quiet the whole time, but is eyeing you, Pryor. Lazarus just says nothing. If he's observing, you're all not sure. The mask is still on, and the face beneath is unreadable. And Yuna's just kind of whispering to Kai and is like, Pryor's not gonna get his hands on that relic, is he?
If he is, it's not like this was a pre-planned. I don't know. I'm sorry, I'm not the smart one here.
No, you're good.
Well, let's keep
We're
moving.
just two observers.
Yeah, no, Yuna hears Alyosha pipe up and just nods his head at Kai. And you can see them looking around as they just kind of mutter. It was good to learn more knowledge in any case.
Yeah, and there's other stuff too. I mean, Alyosha looks around. Been seeing some portraits around here. Various different Leonis heads. I think we passed Solomon Leonis earlier. That's Cain's grandpa, actually. A couple others. I forget most of their names, though, honestly. I kind of just... not that good with history.
Huh. Fascinating. And I imagine as you're walking along, Kai, you might have to start kind of dragging Yuna as they're trying to get closer to the portraits.
Yeah, Kai will pick up Yuna from the collar of their shirt and drag them after him and just say something along the lines of, feel free to study, but we do gotta keep up with this crowd.
Right. Besides, we're here for one purpose alone, and Yuna does seem to nod their head and their eyes sharpen as they, clutch their hands tighter around their weapon. And as you're all walking, do you say anything, Meru?
Oh, I mean, I guess the only thing really is, like, as Alyosha was, like, urging everyone to continue on, I think Meru was pretty quiet listening through everything, and then through Prior and Alyosha's conversation about the relic. I think the only thing that he really says about that is, as they start walking again, Meru will glance at Prior and just say, Prior, isn't there a phrase about too much curiosity being bad? Forget how it goes. Curiosity kills something. So.
Curiosity killed the cat.
It was a cat.
But satisfaction brought it back.
And would you be satisfied?
Prior doesn't answer that one.
Prior. He wouldn't. He won't say anything else. He'll just keep walking by his side.
Absolutely. As you all keep walking along, I won't ask you to roll again, Alyosha, as you know how to navigate this place. However, I will ask, are you looking for something specific as you're navigating, or are you all just kind of wandering, hoping to run into something?
Probably more like that.
Absolutely. So you're just kind of trying to keep them safe more than anything. Like, you are taking paths that you know, and you're checking out different areas so you all don't get stuck in a circle, right?
Yeah, just trying to, figure out where we are, and also if we can find really anyone or anything.
We are not trying to pull a wick here.
Absolutely. So you're able to make sure that you're all not wandering in circles, which you may have had you failed that roll. So you're able to go to new locations. It seems like this manor is somehow ever expanding, if that makes sense. There seems to be so many different rooms, so many different doors, that even though you're able to avoid circles, you keep coming across more and more locations. And as you're all walking along, I'm going to need all of you, or one of you who you all decide to assist, to make me a intuition awareness roll. And this is going to be a base challenge free, but it is scaling difficulty.
Meru, take my assist.
I was gonna say, hey everyone, let me.
Not aware at all.
That's okay.
I believe Yuna will help you. Lazarus will help you. Abel can also help you. They all have at least one dot of awareness.
I have awareness.
Oh, and Kai can help you. So I think that...
So, is it everyone but Alyosha?
I believe so.
Sure? Okay. So wait, how many is that? I'm also using my desperation, taking a hit to my willpower.
You also can gain an additional sin point, and that goes for you, Prior, Kai, and Alyosha.
But how many? Sorry, how many bonus was that?
That is 5 extra dice.
Awesome, thank you. And the base challenge was 3.
The base challenge is free. Seven successes. So with 7 successes, Meru, you are able to spot them first out of everyone, and you're able to catch sight of them before they begin to fly away.
Oh?
You see,
Damn.
ahead of the group, a single butterfly that looks akin to the ones that you remember, because you've worked, I know, with Funeral of the Dead Butterflies before, haven't you?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's isn't it in his department?
That it is. And you recognize the tiny little butterfly that is flitting about, that the little black and white butterfly that resembles those that come out of Miix's gun, and that resembles those that the abnormality himself creates.
And what is the butterfly doing?
It's just flying ahead of you all. It's
Okay.
actually, it doesn't seem like it's trying to escape necessarily, but it seems like it's just ignoring all of you to fly ahead. Like, it's going to disappear if you don't follow it or go after it.
Okay. I think when Meru sees that, I mean, in a place like this, anything that's out of the ordinary is something that is probably important. So I think, given the nature of what that thing is, he'll start walking a bit faster, and he goes, "We need to follow that thing. Do you guys see that?" And he'll kind of like point with his rifle at the butterfly.
You all can see the butterfly now, once Meru points it out to you.
What the fuck
Well-
are those doing?
I mean, this is an instinct thing.
Have y'all seen those before?
There was... They remind us of a creature connected to Miix.
That fly face.
It's...
Abel pipes up, cutting you off at that prior, and just says, "I remember it from back then."
Yeah. Flyface. Fuck that guy.
Well, I guess we have to follow it. Got nothing better to do. How long has it been already?
Don't try and think of this place in terms of time. It's not like we can leave even if we want to. Let's keep going.
Would you all like to follow it?
Yeah.
I mean, Meru did mention they were fluttering away, so we probably should be following.
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely.
As you all hurry after it, you are able to catch up to it. You are moving faster than it is moving. Do any of you try to do anything to this thing? It's just flitting around. I imagine you're continuing to move, but you don't need to, like, run anymore. Like, you're all able to kind of, like, walk around it.
It's... Pryor puts a finger to his chin and goes... Well... I have one idea, if you'd all allow me.
Go ahead.
What's your idea?
What is it?
Well, Meru, you didn't get a chance to experience this, but there were objects we encountered that, when interacted with, opened new paths. Perhaps this is one of them. So, all we need to do is interact with them. And Pryor gently reaches up his hand and reaches out to tap one of the butterflies unless someone stops him.
I mean, unless Meru says something, since he's the one who had a feeling, I don't...
No, I mean, he is more than willing to let Pryor try something.
Abel looks skeptical, but he's not stopping you. Though you don't know, you have a feeling that's more out of lack of concern for what might happen to you rather than like it seems like he looks like he just wants something to happen and will relent to letting you touch it.
All right.
Yuna looks a bit hesitant but won't interfere.
Prior doesn't. To be clear, Prior's not trying to crush the butterfly. He's not grabbing it like one would firmly hold a frog or something. He's just gently tapping it on like the antennae.
Absolutely. The moment you touch it, the world around you all begins to darken. And then the lights come back on blindingly. You all see Miix, or rather who you all call Miix, and Mr. S. It is closer to a film of sorts as you watch the two of them standing in the halls of this very estate, or rather the estate before the Phantoms opened. And Mr. S says, "The managers, as you so call them, are on their way, Lord Leonis. It seems that Alyosha and that man are with them as well."
You all... It's strange, but when it's almost as if you're seeing the scene from afar, but as if it's through Cain's eyes as well. As he says, "So, he was alive all along then."
I do hope you understand why I couldn't tell Cain that.
Cain smiles. It's a wry, dry smile. And he says, "You're already talking to me as if I'm that me."
The serpent looks at you, and that smile is curled on his face as always when he says, "You are you. There is only you. Are you prepared for what's to come, my friend?" And he holds his hand out to you.
There is a bitter feeling in Cain's chest, in your chests, as he says, "I'm doing this for everyone, Sung. Them, my friends, for you, for everyone in this damn city." But if they stand in my way, then I'll do what I have to do.
When she says that, the world around you all begins to darken once more. And then the light returns to this place. The butterfly is still resting in your hand, Prior.
Prior just kind of gently nods at the butterfly and like lifts his hand a little bit, like to prompt it to take off if it wants to step off his hand.
You do that, and it will flutter about, but it does not take off like before. It begins to fly forward. However, if you're all staying in place for a moment, it will hover in place. It looks like it will go a distance and then it will stop.
Well, I will admit, it seems my theories may have been more correct than I thought. This points pretty strongly to the idea that Miix is being replaced, but has not been. She still seems to be in there. Maybe... But it doesn't... Everything I know about the... Damn it, if only I had access to Percy, I could ask more about the Anaworms. But I don't know.
Percy.
But she's definitely in danger.
That felt weird. That wasn't... So we all saw that then.
Yes. A memory. A fragment. A piece of history.
It was like I was Cain, but I wasn't?
We are one part observer, one part participant. It's... You get worryingly used to it pretty quickly, living through another person's memories. Prior actually looks towards Kai, and he just goes, that means that she knew we were coming. Lord Leonis knew we were coming. It was more than just a momentary flash. I think we can put pretty firmly that Lord Leonis is gifted with abilities we can't fully understand yet.
And if that is the case, and which it seems to be, if he could tell what we're gonna do before we do it, or if he can tell what we're doing, what is the purpose of showing us all this?
That's the question, isn't it? If this power has limits, we will run up against them. But giving up will certainly get Lord Leonis the outcome they want, so that can't be our option. And I'm guessing, Lazarus, it's still too early for you to tell us anything, right?
Lazarus looks to you, Prior, when he is addressed, and he says, raising his hands in kind of a surrendering motion, guilty as charged.
It must feel pretty good being the one holding all the cards.
He is quiet for a moment, actually, Prior. Before he does speak, and he says...
To cut him off, Prior actually in a very rare moment, there's a look of remorse that comes over his face, and he actually goes, I apologize that I know well how it feels, and that was very uncharitable of me.
There is no reaction for a second before the voice from behind the mask says, wait, an actual apology from you, Big Brother Pryor.
Yeah, that's kind of surprising.
If you repeat that a little louder, I can't really hear very well under this mask.
I don't apologize often because I try my best, despite what you all think, to think through every action, and I own it. If I commit to something, it means I believed it. An apology means that I am aware I overstepped. I overstepped, and it is simply that. I know well how it feels to have to keep others in the dark for their own well-being. And you have not proven to be our enemy, Lazarus, and it was very uncharitable of me to treat you as such.
There is another long silence before Lazarus says, well, I'm glad you've come to the conclusion you have.
Well, what do we do about this here critter anyways?
Maybe we need to touch it again? And Pryor will walk up and try and tap the butterfly again.
The moment you tap it, its wings kind of shudder, and then it splits into these little pieces of light that fly into each of you here.
What?
Oh, whoa! Pryor instinctively brings his hands up like he's gonna parry the light, and I imagine it does nothing as it flies into him.
Oh, it doesn't. There is something inside you now.
What? Howard, what'd you do?
I tapped no harder than I did the first time. I think
I look. You touched that thing, and now, and what?
Maybe it's like a key. You know, we're carrying it in us now.
That's a lot of, that maybe is doing a lot of heavy lifting.
Maybe we're all going to explode. I can't change that at this point. The light's inside of us. Let's keep moving.
We're not actually gonna explode, are we? Yuna kind of pipes up.
No, I don't. Well, maybe.
I mean, if anyone's gonna, it's probably the person the butterfly flew into.
It flew into all of us.
Yeah,
The one who touched it. I don't know.
Pryor
It's a
touched it,
detonator.
so maybe he'll explode?
Oh.
I hope he doesn't.
I don't think anyone's exploding. Probably would have happened by now.
How do you know that?
I said the word think, not know.
Do you all know someone who's like good with explosives or something?
No, I said the word think, not know.
Oh, alright. Well,
It's called a guess.
fair enough. Alright then. I guess let's keep moving or else we blow up.
Would you all like to keep moving forward? I will let you all know. You all have or rather, Alyosha, since you are the one who had rolled before, you have a sense where to go, as do the rest of you. You feel like there is something up ahead where the butterfly was beginning to flit towards.
Sure.
Absolutely. As you all move forward, a giant door comes into view. And Alyosha, Lazarus, and Abel are the only three who would recognize this door. It leads to the outer courtyard or rather the inner courtyard, but it leads to the outside area, the inner courtyard of the Leonis Manor.
Huh.
Wow. Is that how this estate's supposed to connect?
Not exactly, but like you said, nothing seems to match up one for one in this place, so I recognize it though.
Well, in that case, it seems we only have one option. Let's go for a walk in some fresh air.
Would you all like to open the door?
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
Suppose so.
You can arrange yourselves however you would like. Yuna's probably closer toward the back. Abel's closer toward the front, but would be like sort of the middle front. And Lazarus is just kind of hanging at the very back of you all. But Alyosha, Meru, Pryor, and Kai, you may rearrange yourselves how you'd like. As long as you're not like standing on each other.
Pryor is pretty happy where he is.
Absolutely. This will be your only chance to choose where you would like to be.
Yeah, I had Kai back up a little bit closer to Yuna to still be a bit on guard for them.
Wonderful. When you walk outside, you see the bodies of butlers and golden bow hunters. But past these bloodied corpses, you see in the middle of the courtyard Miix's body lying there. At least you think it's Miix. She's still dressed in the clothes from the party at the Leonis Manor. Do you try to approach?
Okay. Pryor is going to raise a hand and then basically tell Meru to like make the gesture for Meru to draw his weapon just in case, and Pryor is going to turn to Alyosha and say, "You guys hang back.
Alyosha
I'll
doesn't
approach."
care. She just moves forward.
Yeah, Pryor turns to Meru to signal him, and when he turns back to Alyosha to go like, "Let's approach slowly," Alyosha's already not there, and he just like gets this look on his face, and he looks forward and sees Alyosha approaching the body.
Absolutely. Alyosha, the moment you approach the body, because of a certain help you all received with breaking a prediction, there will not be an ambush, and you do not need to roll. However, you are stopped in your place by the arrow right at your feet, and the moment Alyosha moved forward, Pryor, you do hear this.
Goodbye.
Pryor does immediately step back and like signal to everyone. At this point, I imagine they have more than enough practice signals that Pryor whips the grimoire into one hand, his staff in the other, and makes a signal that enemies are here.
Absolutely. And Pryor, I will let you know one last thing. You know mimicry only activates when there is someone who's going to target you.
Yep.
But this arrow came at Alyosha.
It's not just one.
You know shit, dummy.
Calling him the dummy when you approach the body first.
Shut the hell up.
And as you all argue amongst yourselves in the courtyard, you all see 3 people. I will not make you make any rolls. You all can now see them thanks to what has happened. This one here is the one who steps forward first. She is dressed, and I'm not going to make you make any rolls because you are all Lobotomy Corporation agents, with the sole exception of Alyosha. Abel was a former one. Lazarus would recognize what this is. So all of you but Alyosha know what this is. She is an ego. And she is carrying a halberd with a glowing orange eye. That same sort of eye glows from her ego suit. And she speaks and says, "Sorry for the abrupt introduction, but you're getting a little too close for my liking." And you all see, perched up on one of the buildings, out of reach from you all, who don't have ranged weapons, is this one here. He is also dressed in what is clearly ego, along with the bow that he carries. And his hair is done up in 2 braids. And as he looks down at you all, he says, "No, that's them. They're finally here. And that's the Meru guy, right?" And his gaze goes down to you, Meru. And the last one here speaks up, also dressed in ego, and this one even seems to have a gift on their head in the form of a rose. And when they speak, they say, "Just like Boss said, spooky." You all do have a moment to try to talk to them, if you would so like. They aren't immediately attacking, but they have their weapons drawn.
Are y'all responsible for all these bodies?
The one in the front, carrying the halberd, nods her head and she says, "We've been keeping any of them from getting to boss."
Boss. You were recruited by... He grits his teeth for a moment and he goes, "So she told you all about us, huh?"
She looks to you, Prior, and she says, "You're the former Big Brother, aren't you? Or I guess Big Brother of the middle. Complicated term."
Who I am was a friend of your boss, and I'm here to get her back. And I'd really appreciate you step off so we can rescue her.
No can do. We've been told to take down any intruders.
That getup you're wearing looks awful like my friends over here.
That's because it is. Ego. We came from branch J05. We got out of the facility when it sunk and managed to keep this gear. We didn't realize there was another facility still in operation.
So are y'all fixers or?
She kind of laughs at that and then says, "Hey! Mastema! Abel! This girl thinks we're fixers!" And, Mastema just kind of, like, also lets out a laugh and says, "Oh, the only fixer work you can get if you're from a fallen wing is those low ranks scraping to get by."
Prior rolls his shoulders back and goes, "Most agents of the Old Corp were scooped right off the back streets so no one would miss them when inevitably they perished in the depths. So I guess that makes you all syndicate, huh?
She turns back around and she says, "Yep, I'm Uriel, leader of the Dawnbringers."
Ooh, scary. And I guess with that ego, you've been able to become big shots in your little pond, right?
Not much can hold up to ego.
Don't we know it?
Especially once you
But what
start
the-
getting into the bigger ranks.
So what the hell's the deal with Cain's body over there? Y'all didn't hurt her, did you?
Of course we didn't hurt boss. We were told that her body would be here. And we were
What?
told to take down any intruders who tried to come and take her. And you can see how successful we've been. And you all see now that the bodies around, some of them have been burnt to a crisp. Some of them have, you don't see any signs of arrows anywhere. You have a feeling that that crossbow might work differently, like how Magic Bullet and Solemn Lament function, but you do see thorns crawling up the bodies of some of them. And you even see there are the marks of what looks like the Butlers and Golden Bow Hunters' own weapons against each other.
Strange that y'all are taking orders from Cain if y'all turned on even the Butlers.
We were told to stop anyone who tried to take the boss. Butlers, Golden Bow Hunters, and you two. Boss's orders. It's nothing personal. As Uriel says that, you all watch as the halberd lights ablaze, and there's a book that begins to float before her.
Wow. From one group of remnants to the other. Do you really want to lose your lives here? After all, the way I see it, there's more ego. There's an equal amount of ego on either side, but we got the numbers.
Uriel does grin at that and does just say, "Doesn't matter to us. We've been given one task and one purpose here." And from up above,
Spoken like a true, yeah. Prior does say spoken like a true ex-corporate employee.
and from up above, you can hear Mastema, and he goes, "Besides, I don't care about that. Hey, you, Meru!" And he's like waving his arms up in the air. Like you can see the crossbow being waved around as well. It's not even pointing at you right at this moment. And he's trying to catch your attention. Do you look towards him?
It's kind of hard not to.
Absolutely. The moment he finally sees your eye on him, he says, "You and me, right here, right now." And you watch as he notches an arrow in his crossbow and he says, "I want to see which one of us hits harder."
I mean, I don't have to see anything to know it's gonna be me, but...
Right, you got that fancy aimlift gear now, don't ya?
Prior's blood freezes and he goes, "How do you know that?"
Well, the boss told us everything we needed to know. No lines, stay out of range if you can.
So you know everything about us. Great.
We know that one made the ampules, and the stemma points the crossbow towards Yuna.
Oh, fuck! Hold on! Prior's eyes wide and she goes, "She told you about the ampules?"
And Abdul finally speaks up and says, Well, duh. And kind of lifts up an ampule and waves it around before tucking it back in their pocket.
Pryor's blood freezes. This is bad. They know Yuna can make ampules. Pryor actually suddenly realizes this is a lot worse than they thought it was. And he just kind of looks and he goes, we have to take them down. We have to take them down now. And we have to stop them from talking to anyone else until we know what Miix told them.
Objective doesn't change then.
A lot more is on the line than just Miix right now with what she might have said.
Our lives are already on the line from the start. Either way, I don't disagree. We finish this as quickly as we can.
Agreed. Alright, you want to fight so bad? Pryor lets the grimoire open, and he turns to the other managers and he gives them a nod.
Absolutely. And I will say, as you all prepare, before you roll initiative, you all can hear the sound of more butlers and golden bow hunters beginning to flood the area. And Abel whirls around and says, focus on the fight ahead. I'll hold off anyone else who comes in. And you all watch as Abel takes off to go handle those butlers and golden bow hunters.
Shit, there goes. Shit, our numbers! Pryor doesn't disagree. He doesn't stop Abel because that makes sense.
Absolutely. Abel was not waiting for anything to be said. The only thing he does say as he runs past you all is, get her body back. And Lazarus, meanwhile, is going to move in front of Yuna. And Lazarus will look to the rest of you and say in a low voice, I can keep them off Yuna, but I won't be able to do anything to aid in this fight.
Keep Yuna safe.
And Lazarus nods and Yuna kind of says, should I help at all or just...
You should stay safe. We have your ampules. That's more than enough help.
Got it. And...
Oh.
Yes, Kai?
Sorry, I was gonna say, if Lazarus is taking over the duty of bodyguard, Kai will step forward a little bit to be more in fighting range.
Absolutely. And so, we are going to roll for initiative. And as you all begin to get ready to fight, as Uriel and Mistema have their weapons out, Abdiel does actually pull out their thorned whip and says, their ego looks strong. Wish we had access to stuff like that back home. And we are going to begin initiative. I'm just making sure the tracker is on the screen for you all. There we go. And a couple things will happen at the start of the combat. First of all, I'm just going to turn on these things because you may all need them.
Oh, that's lovely.
Absolutely. And then at the very, very start, what will happen is Lazarus's passive will activate. Lazarus will begin this combat with Charge Barrier. Lazarus will only choose Yuna as the only ally. And for the remainder of the encounter, whenever Yuna would take damage, Lazarus will gain 1 sinking and take the damage instead. If this would reduce Lazarus to 0 health, he is defeated. He may also choose to activate skill 3-2, and at the end of skill, he will die.
That's scary.
The light washes over all of you, and you all can heal a point of sanity. Everyone's suffers has been activated, but nobody has burned, so no one will take any damage at the start of the battle. And there is one last thing that happens, I believe, right at the start. Oh, nope, it happens at the start of Mistema's turn. So, oh no, there is one last thing that happens at the start of the combat. Alyosha, you've entered combat. Would you like to gain Midnight Oil?
Absolutely.
Wonderful. You will gain Midnight Oil. Your weapons are treated as VA, which means that they are capable of damaging high-quality gear. The enemies cannot temporarily leave the battlefield. If an injured enemy attempts to retreat, you can use your skill free 2 against them. Whenever burn reduces the target to 0, you may immediately activate skill free 2. And out of combat, you will gain plus free dice to physical skills. You also will get burnout, however, which doesn't matter for now, aside from the fact that you will begin... you just got burnout, so you don't begin, I believe, with any burn for this combat. However, that will stick on you outside of combat. And we'll begin with Mistema. He gains access to 2 skill slots. He is going to use his first one on you, Meru. As Mistema aims the weapon towards you, and he says, Meru! I've been waiting a long time for this, ever since I first heard about you. So let's give it everything we've got. Put everything on the line for this one moment. And Meru, this is going to be a challenge 6 coming at you, as he's going to use Infected Arrow.
All right. Well, I am once again Desperation, gonna take a hit to my willpower. And I am going to obviously evade. Let's see. Yup. Yay.
7 successes. What does it look like? This arrow comes right for you, aimed at you.
Yeah, I think, I mean, Meru was so used to dodging a whole host of different things, whether it's projectiles, you know, melee weapons, fists, stuff like that, that I think he was able to watch, this guy, you know, point his weapon and fire, and he just kind of, his prosthetics followed the trajectory of the weapon. And the moment that he knew he needed to dodge, you see his horns flash twice, and then he's on the balls of his feet, hopping kind of to the side in a clean dodge.
Absolutely. And as you're able to cleanly dodge, he says, "Yeah, you're the best, Meru!"
Meru doesn't, like, his guard doesn't lower at all, but he's confused, and then his eyes narrow, because if Miix told these people about them, in his mind he's thinking that this is some, like, elaborate ploy. Miix thinking that to make him lower his guard, to just make them, like, say nice things to him, and he's not letting that happen.
Absolutely. And Uriel will say, Mistema, focus on the fight. Remember your orders. And Mistema says, right, and is going to use his second slot as he turns the arrow on Yuna. He is going to go for his skill free. As he uses Take Root. And Lazarus will take all the damage for this, as Lazarus just tells Yuna, sees the arrow coming and says, don't dodge. And Yuna says, what? And Lazarus just goes, don't dodge. And Yuna listens to Lazarus. Lazarus will take 4 damage to the charge barrier. And will then just say, stay in place. And Lazarus will use their entire turn, his entire turn, basically keeping Yuna restrained and held back. And we go to Abdiel's turn. And Abdiel is going to move forward toward you, Kai, as this person is suddenly up in your face, and there is the crack of the whip, and they go, oh, I love your ego. I've been thinking about getting a puppy of my own.
Thanks.
They just sort of giggle at that, and before the attack comes towards you, Kai, the light does wash over all of you. You can all regain a point of health, and then they're going to use their skill 1 on you. This will be a challenge 5.
Okay. Cake. You know what? I shouldn't say that, but that was a good roll.
7 successes. Kai, you are able to dodge. Would you like to describe what it looks like when you avoid the whip coming down on you?
Kai is a little bit off-put by a complete stranger seeing his outfit and is mentioning that they'd like a dog of their own in a different context. But in this context, it's not a nice thought. And so I think he's very wary, and the hairs on his neck stand on end. And then he sees the whip coming towards him, and I guess it's kind of like, you know, there's a bit of a you can see something happening in slow motion as he simply drops to the ground to the whip that is going for his neck, so that it hits nothing but air, and he looks up at this person before popping back to his feet and shudders a little bit and hunches his back to get ready to go on the offensive.
When you do so and the attack misses, they just kind of pout and go, so naughty. And that is their turn as Prior. We go to your turn. 2 of these people have already acted and gone on the offensive.
Prior is not staggered. It is the start of his turn. He is momentarily stun locked. No one is currently injured, correct?
At the moment, no one I believe the healing light should have healed.
Oh,
did all of you recover your point of health from the light?
But I guess technically, Lazarus has taken some damage. So actually, Prior's just going to use his
Lazarus
skill 1.
is injured, yeah.
Prior is going to...
Not injured condition, but wounded. Like, he has been hit.
He's taken a hit, yeah. Prior is going to move down to he's gonna move up to the leader behind Miix, because no one is engaging them yet.
Absolutely. You'd like to move up towards Uriel.
Yeah.
Miix is present, but I'm going to phase her out as her body is just sitting on the ground right now.
No. Prior has gotten a little bit more control over his ego, and his skill has improved a little bit since the last time we've seen it, thanks to all that training with the Fixers. So as Prior hefts the Grimoire up and spins his staff around, he goes, "Try dodging this one. Healing Arcana. Soothing words." And he is going to attempt to use his skill 1-1. What's the difficulty?
Absolutely. When you do so, she will be using her defensive skill. Scorn me and I'll smack back. So it's the challenge 4.
Oh, okay. That's cool. No way! No!
3 successes.
I mean, no, I do have to.
If you land a successful hit, you will take half the damage as red blunt damage, and you will gain 2 burn.
I do want to start dealing damage. I am going to sanity. Yeah, okay, so that's 5 successes.
Wonderful. Would you like to let me know what you do and describe what it looks like?
Yeah, so Prior will gain 1 singular point of poise from margin 1. And Lazarus is going to heal half his stack round up. So Lazarus can heal 4 HP damage.
Wonderful.
As long as it's not aggravated. And Prior will smack them for 4 red damage.
Absolutely. What kind of red damage is that? As
blunt. Blunt red damage.
Wonderful. They will be taking, you said that was 4, I believe?
4 blunt red.
All right. They resist red and blunt, so they will be taking 1 damage after it's all been halved.
And so Prior will also be taking 1 red damage. Well, how old? It's the is the damage the same type of damage that Prior dealt? Is it also blunt damage that Prior takes back?
It is always red blunt damage.
Okay, good. So Prior also takes 1 damage. He has dealt exactly as much damage as he has taken back, but he also gains 2 burn.
Yep, you will gain 2 burn.
That was not an equitable arrangement, as Prior swings in through the Arcana beat, and as he strikes Uriel's armor, flames erupt, burning the fringes of his coat and setting his arm alight as he is hit by a counterattack and stumbles back. At least he does call back and he goes, "Feeling better, Lazarus?"
Lazarus shouts back, "I'm good. Focus on what's ahead." But he does give you a thumbs up.
Yeah. Prior gets back into his stance and maintains his stacks of heroic magic.
Absolutely.
As he,
Prior, you actually did do additional point of damage. This person is wearing hay ego, and you are in Vaw.
I'm actually in Vaw! I forgot about that! I've been in hay for so long!
Yep. And when
I will take 2 damage in return.
No, you won't, because it's 2 half to 1.
Yes, it is. So Prior takes 1 damage.
And as she looks at where you damaged, she just says, "I got too cocky." thinking you couldn't stand a hand on me at all.
Well, that's a really neat trick your suit has.
She grins at that, and she is going to,
Right, yeah, we passed to her turn.
Yep, as you pass to her turn, spin the halberd around and say, come on to see what else my ego does. And as she goes to attack, she's aiming at you, Prior.
Yep.
And the halberd's coming right for you. And she says, you know, I guess it's finally time to see how our little syndicate compares to one of the big five. And she's using all shall burn on you. Or actually, before she uses all shall burn, I forgot to pop. She gets 2 skill slots. So she's going to begin with it is now written. And then we'll use all shall burn. Prior to season dodgeball.
Oh, cool.
You are marked.
Yep, I am marked. Cool. Oh, my burn is doubled.
Yep.
That's cool.
From all sources, and you are the primary target of her skill slots.
Yep.
And then
Okay.
she is going to use all shall burn on you. This will be a challenge 5.
Okay. Thankfully, I for once maintained my heroic magic, so I'm going to get the maximum bonus for my heroic magic stacks. Really?
3 successes. Would you like to spend some sanity to reroll?
We'll spend some sanity to reroll. Oh my god!
8 success crit!
Okay. Prior looks like his ego is going to fail him. As he spins around, it seems like Uriel has a pure thrust right into the center of his chest. And it's almost like his feet leave the ground and Prior floats for a moment as he zooms backwards and the blade stops just inches from piercing the edge of his ego as his feet touch back down on the ground. And he knocks the halberd away, locking blades with his staff.
Absolutely. And she says, as she observes that ego in action, that ego. Not exactly what I'd expect for a big rudder, but you can't deny the result.
Certainly can't.
And that will be her turn. As we go to pass the order, you all can gain an additional point of sin.
Need that.
And Kai, we go to you. What would you like to do?
All right. Well, I would like to attack this person in front of me that just tried to whip me with a whip.
Absolutely. Kai, that is going to be, if you're attacking, against a challenge 5.
All right. And I'm using a point of sin for this.
Absolutely. 2 successes.
Hang on.
Would you like to spend a point of sanity and
Jesus.
reroll?
Oh my god.
3 successes. Unfortunately,
Okay.
Kai, that does miss. If you'd like to describe what it looks like when you miss.
Okay. As Kai is very thrown off by how forward this person has been with him, I think he's still shaking off the shock of the insinuation behind the naughty dog comments. As what he tries to do is show them how bad he can be by trying to take a bite out of them, and instead it's a pathetic lurch forward and gnashing of teeth as as Abdiel seems to just step out of his way.
Absolutely. And at that display, Abdiel looks at you and just says, do you want to dance?
I have mixed feelings on this character.
Absolutely. And Abdiel is going to end, it's your turn. So they're right in front of you. Kai, are you going to end your turn?
I suppose so.
And as you end your turn, Meru, it is now your turn.
Okay. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to have Meru move. One moment. It's been so long I forgot how to make a line.
Oh shit! Yep, you all lured them right into a line.
Yep.
Technically, exactly. Mastema is up on a building right now. It's not really able to be represented with the way the map's designed. But you know what? Fuck it.
Maybe
it's magic
down and shoot.
Yeah, you want to crash down and shoot up?
Yeah. No, I think
Meru does like the fucking like barrel roll into the sniper on the ground pointing up.
Exactly. Yeah, so I will with this line I will use good old reliable.
Oh right before you do that, Meru, I forgot. You have a new Aleph ego passive that happened at the start of combat. You now have magic bullet. This can't be removed by the way, unless Deliberation decides to. Or you use your own skills.
True. But yes, so I will I guess gain that one magic bullet, and then I will use my skill 1.
Absolutely.
And what's the challenge again?
The challenge will be who's your main target, I should ask.
I would imagine does it change depending on who I'm
yes,
it depends.
They all have different
determines whose
skills.
defense. Yeah, it depends whose defensive skills you're actually targeting.
Don't I have to target the one on the front?
Technically not.
No, you can target anyone on your line.
Wait,
yes.
Am I allowed to ask? Well, I'm not allowed to ask.
No, you can't
ask.
You haven't. You've had 2 of them revealed so far. You know these 2 defensive skills. You have no clue what his defensive skill is.
Wait, sorry. Remind me. What are these 2 then for Abdiel and Uriel?
Abdiel, is a challenge 5, but you will take 1 damage when you hit them, and Uriel is a challenge 4, but you will take half the damage you do. That will happen regardless when you hit them, but that's just the little flavor for each.
Okay.
So it's a
I'll go with Abdiel.
Challenge 5 or a challenge 4, depending on which one you want.
I'll go with Abdiel and hope this works out.
Absolutely.
Oh, right. And I'm going to, before I forget, of course, Desperation, hit to my willpower.
Absolutely.
Hold on. There we go. I was hoping for the crit, but that's okay too.
And give me 1 moment. So that is a total of 10 successes, Meru, with your new magic bullet. So that is going to be a total of 9 black pierce damage, I believe. And that is going to deal that. So you have Vagir versus 2 Hay and 1 Va. So that's going to be a total of 10 damage to Abdiel and Uriel. Give me one moment as I calculate that. 10 black piercing damage, which means that Abdiel does endure that, so that's going to go down to 8. For Uriel, that is going to be a total of... they take black pierce normally, so that will just be 10 black piercing damage. And then... Right! This is Aleph gear, not Va gear. Thanks
Not
to
anymore.
the upgrade. Thank you all for reminding me. So this is actually going to be a +2. So Abdiel is actually taking 10. Uriel is taking 12. And Mastema is in Va, so that's only going to be a +1. However, he is weak to black damage, so that is going to be 11. And he will take the extra hit to his health. And would you, right, there are 2 triggers, Meru. You are going to take 1 red damage that cannot be reduced or negated. And you are going to take half the damage dealt to Uriel, which was 12, as a red blunt.
Wait, I understand. I thought I was only taking one of them when I chose the other. That's okay.
No, you take all of them.
I misunderstood. Well, that's good to know.
No, sorry, I should have clarified that.
All good.
So
it hit
that
either way.
is gonna be a total of, you do endure blunt. So you will be taking 5 health damage, Mario.
Ow, that's okay though, actually. I don't mind. For now.
Absolutely. And would you like to describe, oh, right, you also do, thanks to your new magic bullet, you will inflict 1 burn on the main target, who you said was Abdiel, correct?
Yes.
Wonderful. So Abdiel will gain 1 burn. You did not crit, so you will not do any dark flame. And would you like to describe what it looks like?
Yeah, so as was suggested before, I think that's a pretty good description that Meru, after he was waiting for the right moment to fire, because he's learned that sometimes the best kind of attack isn't just being the first to attack. It's helpful, but not always the best thing to do, especially when you're trying to learn your opponent. So Meru had been waiting to see if he could get them into the perfect position for a bullet to strike through them all. And he was slowly moving as the fighting was happening. And the moment he sees, like, his prosthetic eye kind of like locks in on a potential line, he kind of drops down and like rolls into a position to shoot upwards, because it's the only way that he would be able to actually hit the 2 down below and the 1 up above. And as he pulls the trigger, as always, you see this large portal form, larger than you're used to, but still the same kind of portal. That loud, familiar blast sounds through the area as the bullet fires upwards, shooting through all of them. And when Meru gets back to his feet, ready to, now try to dodge any oncoming attacks, he will look at the 3 and he's like, I thought you all were told to not get into a line. I guess that's the first thing you'd forget in a battle, huh?
And Meru, it's very clear, because of the charging in, they didn't realize they had gotten right into a line. And Uriel is the one who speaks first as she kind of brings a hand to her chest and says, "Damn, feels like someone punched a hole right through me."
That's kind of the point.
You two, get out of this line. And Abdiel, who you can see the fire clinging to them, goes, "How? Such a naughty imp. I don't like this one." What do you say, Meru?
Mary was just like, "Oh, what?"
An imp.
I'm not. I'm a person.
Abdiel just nods at you and doesn't seem very convinced. And Mastema is looking unfazed and sort of like waving from the top of the roof and just goes, "You've got more in you, don't you? Let's keep going. Let's use every last drop. Hit me again."
That also is the plan. Mary was quite confused.
Absolutely, Merritt. And with that, unless there is anything else you would like to do, I believe that is your turn.
Yes, that's all Mary's doing.
And Alyosha, we go to you.
Now, something to say is that the managers have had a variety of different fighting styles. They've had the generalists with Prior, support and offense. They've got pure power with Kai. They've got range and crowd control with Meru. And with Miix before, they had a duelist. But Alyosha here, her main thing is speed. As you see the red lines on her prosthetics flare up and these exhausts on the back spit out flame as she crouches, and she goes from one end into, then from the instance in an instant on the other end as she's gonna go for Uriel.
Absolutely. You can go for Uriel. And Uriel...
Choose her skill 1.
Wonderful. That's going to be against a challenge 4.
Alright. Let's see. Skill 1 here. Something to... Well, I'll show this after. But for now, I'll just roll. Ooh.
Oh, good first action.
8 success critical.
And then I will go ahead and re-roll that. Oh, I meant to do one more.
Success critical.
Oh, well, I'll just take that.
Wonderful. So, Alyosha, if this enemy attempts to leave, fret 1. You may use the skill as if it was reactive. The burn currently is not 6 or greater. However, you will inflict 2 burn on Uriel, and you yourself will gain 2 burn. You are also doing a total of 8 red blunt damage. Now, Uriel, you have Va compared to Hay with Midnight Oil. So that is going to be actually a total of 7 damage. However, Uriel is resistant to red and blunt, so that's going to be halved down to 4 and then half down to 2. So Uriel will take
Dang.
2 damage.
Tough old girl. Now, her passive, Alyosha's passive, whenever Alyosha hits an enemy, if she's not yet hit an enemy this encounter, she'll inflict +2 burn on the enemy and a +1 for herself.
Absolutely. So that's going to be another +2 burn and another +1 burn to you. Right. I did forget to give you your start of each round out of turn move. So I will remind you at the top of the next round. However, Alyosha, you have done 2 damage. You will be taking 1 damage back from Scorn Me and I'll smack back. You will also be taking another 2 burn.
Damn. All right. I'll take that.
Absolutely.
That's scary.
Yep. Would you like to describe what it looks like when you hit Uriel?
Yeah, she will. Like I said, it is. In one moment, she's crouching down to the floor, and then there is a crater where she was. As she spins past, Prior, you feel the air pressure past you. It's like when a car blasts right past you, as your hair and your robe flutters forward with the wind, and Alyosha does a swift U-turn, spins, and she will slam her leg straight up towards Uriel's arm.
Absolutely. And as your leg comes down on Uriel's arm, it is a hit that would be devastating, especially if you were not wearing ego. The only thing protecting this woman is the ego. As she says, I can't afford to slow down for a second with you around, huh?
Those damn clothes are getting in the way.
The joys of ego gear. And 3 things will happen at the end of the round. The light will wash over all of you. All of you can heal a point of health and a point of sanity. And then everyone suffers will happen, which means burn is triggering twice. Burn will trigger once. So everyone with burn will take their burn and then half their burn. So Abdiel gets rid of all burn on them. Meru, you will take 2 damage and then reduce to 1. Uriel will take 4 damage and then reduce to 2. Alyosha, you will take 5 damage and then you will reduce to 3. And Prior, I believe you had 2 burn on you, so you will take 2 damage and reduce to 1.
I already took the damage.
Wonderful. Burn will then trigger again, thanks to everyone suffers. So that does mean that Meru, you take another 2 damage, reduced to 0. Prior, you take
Meru
another...
should only take 1. Meru should only take 1 damage because the first 2 burn and then half to 1.
Oh, the first burn half to 1. Yeah, so Meru, you take 1 damage. Prior, you take 1 damage. Both of you clear your burn. Uriel is going to take 2 damage and then clear burn to 1. And Alyosha, you will take 3 damage and then bring your burn to 2. Lots of people are taking burn.
This is why I haven't been spending my Don't worry, I got healing coming in on my turn.
Absolutely. And I believe, does anyone have any effects at the end of the round that take place? For any of you? Because if not, we're going to the top of the round again.
Not on prior sheet.
Wonderful.
Nope.
Yeah, I don't think so.
So, at the top of the round, Alyosha, you can declare an out-of-turn move to a different location in the encounter. Where would you like to go? Or would you like to stay where you are?
Hmm. I should probably step back a little bit, just to be out of range.
Absolutely. I will let you know, your passive does let you, though, if you stay where you are, it does mean if Uriel tries to move, you do get a hit on Uriel.
That's true.
Or not your passive, but your skill, your, skill 1,
Skill 1.
2. Or your skill 1, rather. Which means Uriel can't move out of a line. However, if you think it's better to get away, you can absolutely choose to get away.
The thing is, I doubt they're gonna stay in that line. I'm sorry, Meru.
Oh yeah, that's fine. Do what you gotta do.
I
Absolutely.
guess for now we'll stay, but it's scary.
Wonderful.
Don't worry, Prior's coming in with healing.
And we start with Mastema's turn at the top of the round. Meru, his focus is on you. And he's going to look to you and going to aim that bow towards you. And
All right.
use take root on you. Can you give me a defensive roll against challenge 6?
Wait.
You may want to read what the skill does, Meru.
No, I remember early. Didn't this guy use this before?
Yep, he did use
He used
it
this before. He used it before on Lazarus, right?
on Yuna,
Yeah.
rather.
Oh, on
Lazarus took the
Yuna.
damage.
Okay. Oh, okay. And Lazarus said not to move, right?
Lazarus did say not to move. Because if it's an unbreakable coin,
Lazarus seems to know something we don't.
Yeah. Listen.
That does, however, yeah. If you take 5 parasite, you'd be dealing 5 less damage on all your attacks.
Yeah. Okay. I think I'm not going to move then.
Absolutely.
Do I have to dodge? Can I just kind of?
You can choose.
Yeah, you can take on you can always choose to not use a defensive skill.
Oh, okay.
Yep. You can always choose to not dodge. Would you like to just take it?
Yeah, I'll just take it.
Wonderful. Meru, that is going to be, this is Hey Ego hitting you. So it's going to do 2 less, because you are wearing, or no, this is Vox, so it's going to do 1 less. You also resist, Pierce. So this is going to do 1 damage to you.
Perfect.
However, you must attempt to move towards him on your next turn. As the arrow hits you and burrows into you, and he says, "Hurts, doesn't it? Parasite Tree and I ain't going easy on you or that fiend of yours."
I'm gonna be real. Meru, in general, the damage he has taken has hurt. This is true. But I don't think Meru will ever, willingly just be like, yeah, no, it hurts. I think what he would do instead, because he's a little cocky, is I think he would just glare up at this guy and go, if that's all you can do, that's real disappointing for a guy who seems to really like me.
Ha! No, I can do more. I'll show you. I'll show you all that I can do.
Well, that's all Mary's saying.
And that demon guy, Derfraud or whatever his name is.
I'm not giving you his name. You can call him whatever you'd like.
And as we pass your turn, Meru, or as we pass Mastema's turn, rather, he is going to move on the building, a little bit. As Uriel did tell him to break the line. So he's moving over a bit. And up next is Abdiel. Abdiel is right now targeting Yukai, but actually, I think Abdiel might try to get past Yukai and go for Meru. As the whip sort of cracks, and they're gonna move over here. And they are gonna try to use... Ooh. You know what? They are gonna try to use, once again, Spiked Whip. And this
on
is
me?
Yep, on you, Meru. And this is a challenge 5 to dodge.
Fine by me. Okay, I will do challenge 5. Hold on. Yay!
And that is going to be 5 successes. So you are able to dodge Meru. Also, I will say, every single turn, that's why I am just going to skip over Mastama's second skill slot. Every single turn, Mastama will attempt to shoot at Yuna. Lazarus is basically taking all of the damage that Yuna is. So Lazarus will gain another point of sinking.
I was gonna say, I imagine you'll tell us if Lazarus starts running out of HP, right?
Yes, I will let you all know once Lazarus starts getting into the injured condition.
Okay.
But Lazarus is spending his entire turn keeping Yuna in place during this combat. And with that, yes, Meru, that is gonna be 5 successes that you rolled. So you do actually evade. And as Abdiel tried to target you, there's actually a semblance of emotion in their otherwise bored look as they just go, "It's your fault Mastama's been so inattentive to me and Uriel." And as the whip comes down, Meru, you are able to dodge if you want to describe what it looks like and say whatever you'd like to say.
Yeah, no, Meru, he's been standing on the balls of his feet now, prepared for these attacks. So I think partially because he chose to not avoid that other attack, he was ready. His prosthetics were able to quickly follow when they moved. And I guess as that whip comes down, Meru's able to kind of leap backwards, pretty easily. And I think at those words, though, he'll kind of narrow his eyes, and again, he doesn't know that other guy from a hole in the wall, so I think he just goes, "Listen, I don't think it's my fault if you guys are boring, so I don't know. Don't take it out on me."
Abdiel just sort of narrows their eyes a little and says, "Boo, you're supposed to get hit, not dodge. And I'm not boring."
Miix didn't tell you enough about me.
They just sort of look at you at that, Meru, as they, tighten their hold on the whip a little once more. You have a feeling your words are getting to them. That said, they are going to move right in front of you, up in your face, trying to break the line formation.
All right.
And with that, we go to you, Prior. What would you like to do?
we are going to smack Uriel again. And this time, with all that extra sin, I'm gonna push.
Absolutely.
Love and justice. Soothing words. Villains defeated. Heroes triumph.
That's
Okay,
gonna be
I'm gonna spend
successes.
sanity. I'm gonna go for that crit. Yes! Finally!
Success crit. So, Prior, that is gonna deal, I believe, how much red blood damage to Uriel?
That is going to deal. Unfortunately, margin doesn't impact my damage. It's still gonna be 4 damage.
Absolutely. That is unfortunately reduced to 1.
Yep. 2, because Prior is wearing
Yes. That's gonna be 2.
Prior will take 1 damage, and he will gain 2 burn. However, Prior can do some stuff on hit. He is going to spend one of his heroic magic stacks, so he will go down to 6 at the end of the skill. The attack weight is actually going to become 2 for his allies. So Prior gets to target 2 allies. For the heal, he's going to target Alyosha and Meru. Do you want the heal, or do you want to go into a damage state?
How much am I healing?
You would be healing for 4. Either sanity or HP.
You know, oh gosh.
Otherwise, I can top up Kai's willpower.
You know what? Handle Kai for now. I think I'm fine for right now.
Okay, cool.
I'll take
so,
it.
Yeah, Alyosha will heal for 4 HP. Kai will heal for 4 sanity, and because I get to choose another ally on a crit, Meru, you can gain 7 poise.
Oh my god. I love that number.
7 whole poise.
Prior will gain 6 poise for a margin of 6. Bringing him up to 7, well, twinsies. And then Prior will lose 1 stack of heroic magic. And with that, he strikes, and this time, unlike every other time he has used this attack, something finally seems to click. And with a roaring sound, magic erupts. Magic, quote unquote, erupts out of the end of Prior's staff, enters the book, and the grimoire opens, and positive energy sails out, wrapping itself around Kai's head, mending, Alyosha, your wound sparkles, and Meru, you feel your hands begin to glow with this righteous fury as Prior buffs all of his allies and ends his turn.
Absolutely. And Prior, now before your turn ends, you are going to take you dealt
Yes,
it's the damage you inflicted on Uriel. So you only inflicted 2, so
Yep.
you're taking 1 damage and 2 burn.
I took the 1 damage and I gained the 2 burn.
Wonderful. And as you do all of that, Uriel watches what you do and sees the effects are visible, I believe, correct, on your allies?
Yes, they're very visible that all Prior's healing comes out, and he doesn't really smile, but he grimaces and he goes, "Now that's one thing your boss hadn't seen me do. I've gotten a lot better at using this ego since she last saw me."
There's the power of a finger, huh?
Even broken, we're nothing to fuck with.
And Prior, we go to her turn. Alyosha, you are on one side of her. She is between the two of you. Are they still in a line? They're somehow still in a line, even though they tried to move out of a line. You know what? I think Uriel's gonna have to move. So Alyosha, you will be able to use your skill 1 as a reaction if you'd so like.
Yeah, I'd love to.
Absolutely. That is going to be a against a challenge 4 in order to hit.
I roll. There we go.
7 success crit.
Damn.
You are not at, you're not at the free burn, so you don't get the extra dice. However, you are going to inflict 2 burn, and you are going to gain 2 burn. So she should be at 3, and you should be at 2. She is also going to take a total of 5 red blunt damage, but her armor will bring that down from 5 to 3, and then from 3 to 2. So she will only be taking 2 red damage. If you'd like to describe what it looks like when you hit her as she's going to move.
I think Alyosha will just, as Uriel's trying to dodge or move out of there, she will rev up her prosthetics and manage to get a glancing blow, but a blow nonetheless, as she manages to strike at her side.
Wonderful. And as you do, and get that glancing blow, Uriel just sort of lets out a time to change tactics, and is going to move. See, I keep having to check that these damn lines. Okay, this should not be a line. Yes, Uriel's gonna move here. Is going to move out of line range. And Uriel will use, you know what Uriel's gonna do with the 2 skill slots? Is first going to use All Shall Burn on you, Alyosha. That's gonna be a challenge 5.
Right. You know what? It'll be fine. Yeah. Son of a bitch.
4 successes.
It's fine. Thank God.
5 success crit. You are able to dodge. So you will, oh, this is a unbreakable coin.
Oh, shit.
But you will only take 2 red blunt damage. I believe I did forget to rule that earlier when someone got hit by this also. Was that you, Prior, who got hit by this before?
I didn't take the 2 damage. Let me add 2 to my damage roll. Thank you.
Technically you reduce it to 1 because of your defenses.
Oh, I will remove 1. So I've taken 1 additional damage.
Absolutely. So, Alyosha, you will take, I believe, you will have a choice to make. So actually you already endure blunt and red, so you don't need to use your failed evade, because you are only going to be taking 1 damage from this. However, because you evaded, you will inflict 1 burn on her. So Uriel will go to 4 burn. And when you, when she tries to come down on you with the halberd, it swings towards you. And would you like to describe what it looks like when you dodge?
Yeah, it's these prosthetics that sort of blast her out of the way as she manages to blitz just in time towards the right and dodges before she takes the brunt of the attack.
Absolutely. And as you dodge that, Uriel says, "Show me what you got." And she is going to use her skill free.
Oh.
This is another unbreakable, though I will need you to roll against it, and it is a challenge 6.
Oh, it's fine. I ain't even worried.
Oh, thank God. That was not a skill Alyosha wanted to fail against right now.
Yep. You will still take 1 burn, but you will not take any damage. And the flames sort of leap from the weapon to you as she comes in and swings the halberd down on you, but you are able to dodge. And as you do, Uriel just says, "You are strong. Keep going. You're not stopping here, are you?"
I ain't.
Do you say anything to her, Alyosha?
Nah, I ain't.
Wonderful.
That's it.
Wonderful. In that case, that is the end of her turn. She should be out of the line now. And we are going to go to you, Kai.
All right.
I can let you know
that.
she looks pretty close to being unconscious. Abdiel does not look injured, and Mastema also does not look injured. Like, they've been hurt, but they are not injured yet.
Yeah, okay. I don't know. I was thinking of going to Abdiel just because their focus was on me earlier and I didn't want them getting to Meru too much. I would like to distract them.
Absolutely. Would you like to go try to distract them and focus on them?
Yes.
You absolutely can. That's gonna be a challenge 5 to hit them.
Alright, I'm gonna use some Sin. Hang on, let me willpower.
That's gonna be 6 successes. Would you like to spend a sanity and willpower?
Yeah, okay.
7
Hell yeah.
successes. You are going to be doing a total of, because you have Va and this is only hay, that does +1 damage. So that would be 3 damage, and they are weak to red, so that is going to be 4 damage to them. And would you like to describe what it looks like, Kai, when you hit? You will also take 1 red damage in response.
I can, okay. Kai runs over to where they are and says something along the lines of, or says, you know, you were just talking about wanting to dance and then you abandoned me in the middle of this. And he reaches his claw out to, slash at their abdomen, trying to dig into them and pull them back in his direction away from Meru. And this skill, I believe, forces them to target me on next turn, and so he says, I don't want you abandoning me if you said you wanted the new pet.
Absolutely. They let out a howl, fat dog, and then whirl on you and say, you're right. And their focus is on you, Kai. They are going to be targeting you next turn, and you will receive half damage from them as they sort of crack the whip and go, I did want you. However, they are now injured.
Oh, hell yeah! First injured!
Second injured, actually. Uriel is as well.
Right.
At the end of the round, you all will be inflicted with barbed lasso. Don't
I'm
worry
sorry,
about what
what?
it does yet.
We need to jump them now.
That'll be at the end of the round, but at 1 barbed lasso, Abdiel will act before all of you on the next turn, regardless of initiative.
Scary.
And I believe that's your turn as we go to you, Meru.
Okay. That's awesome. Now, with the attack that Meru got hit with, does he have to move? Is that what it said?
Yes, you have to move towards Mastema. You do not have a choice. You have to go right up to him.
Okay, that's fine. I can do that. There we go.
The light
It's almost like something compels him to go forward.
That it does. You feel compelled, as if something is forcing you forward. Before you go, I will let you know the light washes over you, so all of you can heal a point of health, and then, Meru. You can do as you'd so please, as you're right up towards him, and he looks so excited to see you.
That's great. So, not really conducive for shooting in a line here, which sucks. So I think what I will do here,
There's a couple attempts at a line you could have, but
there are attempts, but I think I'm going to try something else.
absolutely. His back is towards you, so you can't get him an Abdiel when you're up in front of him, unfortunately.
Yeah. I, though, am going to try, actually, well, first, of course, popping my desperation for when I do my attack. I will take a hit to my willpower. And I am going to use my skill 2, if I may.
Absolutely, Meru.
Awesome.
Who are you targeting?
So, okay. I am, I guess, targeting Mastema here, but this is attack weight.
Yes.
So, I think I'm in range to also hit Uriel?
You are indeed in range to hit Uriel as well.
Okay. So, I think how this works, upon doing this, because I don't know, I can't just put it in the chat just yet. I will gain 1 magic bullet.
That you will, I believe. When you do this, you will gain 1 magic bullet.
All right.
Then you roll.
Then I roll.
Yep,
Okay.
the challenge would be both of their challenges to hit each of them. So, put it against a challenge 6, because that's the higher of the two, but if you fail the challenge 6, you still hit Uriel.
Okay. Cool. Oh, that's interesting. That's an interesting evade. That's cool.
Oh, that's cool.
That's cool.
Yep,
No worries,
each member
no
of them will
worries.
heal for 2 sanity on a successful evade.
Yup.
7 successes.
It's 2 black. Oh, but I could... There's no need for me to roll for more.
Well, you would
you
would increase the fragile you inflict.
Oh, shoot! It does! Okay, I'm re-rolling.
Absolutely.
I got 1 more. That's
8
fine.
successes. Uriel will be taking, you do +2 damage to her. So that's gonna be 4. And she takes Black Pierce normal, so she's taking 4 damage. And then she would be inflicted with a total of, and that fragile would be, because the margin is different for both of them, her margin is actually 4, because her challenge was 4. So she is inflicted with 4 fragile. However, Meru, you will be taking in response a total of, you inflicted 4 on her, so you will be taking 2 red blunt damage.
Oh my god.
Which I believe your armor does endure, so that would be 1 red damage.
So close. That's fine. That's fine.
And then you also hit Mastema. Oh, you also take 2 burn as well, Meru.
I do?
Yep, from hitting her.
Wait, I'm injured now.
You don't take the 2 burn, but you gain 2 burn.
Oh, I take it. Oh, I'm not injured
No,
then.
you're not injured. You gain 2 burn.
Never mind.
Mastema, on the other hand, soon will be taking a total of, you would be doing 3 damage. He's weak to black, so that would be 4 damage. And you will also be, his evade was not successful, but you will be doing a total of 2 fragile. Would you like to describe what it looks like when you use your skill 2 for the first time?
Yes. So I think as Meru is compelled to approach this person, he is less focused on this guy's reaction than the feeling of his own ego. And so he takes a breath and he can sort of feel the ego gear surrounding him and like the rifle, in his hands, that it's almost like it's aching for him to pull the trigger and fire a shot now. And it's not that Meru is giving in to that feeling, or a voice he could imagine in his head telling him to just keep firing. He's not being convinced of anything, but I think Meru decides in that moment that he agrees. So he'll briefly close his eyes and raise Magic Bullet at Mastema. And when he opens his eyes, you see his horns flash twice as his prosthetic eye briefly glitches, and you see that familiar portal form at the end of his rifle aimed at this guy, which is then followed by another portal that forms behind him, which is facing Uriel. And you see them billow and glow before you once again hear that same deafening blast that it sounds from them simultaneously as the bullets fly through each target. And then the portals disappear, only to reappear behind the targets as the bullets pass through them, and then it's all gone, unsure as to where the bullets went.
And as that happens, Meru, Uriel looks at this and at the bullets and says, my ego's downright wimpy compared to yours. And Mastema, meanwhile, looks even more excited as he goes, yeah, this is what I'd expect from you, my friend.
We aren't friends.
Sure we are.
Meru just keeps like a level gaze. He doesn't have much of a response for that.
Absolutely. And I believe that is your turn, Meru?
Yes.
Alyosha, we go to your turn. What would you like to do?
All right. Well, that's tough. I think Alyosha will.
Your burn is getting a little aggressive. I don't know if you're down for it. I'm just noting that you will be taking 7 damage at round end.
Yeah. I'll probably have to use my skill 2, I think.
Absolutely. Would you like to
And we'll
use your
use-
skill too?
Yep. against Uriel.
Absolutely. Just popping the challenge in there. Eight successes. So, Alyosha, you will take no damage from burn this turn, but your burn will not be reduced. And you are going to do 3 red blunt damage, which is, would actually be 4. It gets halved to 2. That is actually enough before you deal the margin and burn to take Uriel down. Now I will say this. The red blunt damage, oh no wait, actually, that would be, the red blunt damage would hit. It would be 4 and it would be go down to 2, but that's still enough to take Uriel down. It does mean you will be taking 1 damage and you will be inflicted with 2 burn. However, because of a certain thing that's about to happen, I will say, I will rule it that the margin and burn does still matter here. You all watch as Uriel starts to fall to the ground for a moment, and then there is the prick of that healing ampule as she's fallen to one knee, about to collapse, unconscious, and then will inject herself with it before she drops. Uriel returns to the injured condition as
How the hell?
you watch her stand back up with a grin on her face. And when she hears that, she says, L Corp ampules. That little one over there made them, according to boss. Well, L Corp ampules isn't the proper term, I guess. Something about patent laws. I don't really know that shit. And she just kind of like tosses the empty container away. And as she gets back up, I will say, Alyosha, your margin of burn now activates. She will take, she will actually be given 4 burn. She's going up to 8 burn. And what do your flames look like as they're around her, Alyosha?
Yeah, they just look like... it's hard to say. I mean, they look like normal flames.
Absolutely. And as that fire grows, and Alyosha, you aren't aware of this, but the rest of you know, these are Yuna's L Corp ampules, which means that they're not as potent as actual ones would be. Alyosha, I imagine you've heard of L Corp ampules before, but you, from anything you know about them, they're supposed to restore the users to full, but these ones don't seem to be quite as potent. After use of your skill, Alyosha, you can choose one ally to remove up to 1 stack of a non-unique negative status on, and you will gain that much burn on yourself. Would you like to do so, or would you like to not remove any other allies' negative status effect?
Please take Prior's burn. Please, I can't heal myself. I don't have the capacity to heal my own HP.
Yeah, we'll just take Pyre's burn.
Yes!
Absolutely. How much burn did you have on yourself prior?
I had 2. Alyosha's up to 11.
Absolutely. And with that, is there anything else you would like to do on your turn, Alyosha?
That'll be it.
Wonderful.
All right. A bunch of things happen at round end.
A bunch of things do happen at round end. First, burn is going to trigger. Alyosha, it does not trigger on you, but it stays on you. Uriel is going to take 8 damage. And Uriel will reduce her burn to 4. Meru is going to take 2 damage and will reduce his burn to 1. Meru, you are now injured. Would you like to trigger your shin?
I would like to trigger my shin.
Absolutely. What does it look like?
Yes. So I think at this moment, Meru can feel the flames licking at him. And he's been so focused on this fight. But I think there's a moment where he can feel this burn, and smell the smoke. And I think for a moment he smells the scent of rosemary. And in the back of his mind, he can see the fire of the web burning. And briefly, he hears the scream of his sister Vienna as she begged him for help while being shredded in Neo. And as that happens, I think his heart rate increases and he almost gets caught up in that moment again, but he remembers the words that had been spoken to him by people and the training he had had, and he chooses to clear his mind of everything around him. The fight doesn't matter, his current pain doesn't matter, and nothing else is important right now. But this, as he focuses on that rapid beating of his heart, and he remembers that Vienna's favorite herb to cook with was rosemary. On the rare occasion she actually got a hold of it back in the day, she loved that stuff. And then again, the memory of her scream echoes in his mind, and he listens to it, and he tells himself that it's okay. What happened to her will never be okay. But he's not letting it overwhelm him. He's taking it in. And as he does so, you can see that glow start to form around him as he activates the shin.
Absolutely. The glow is around you, Meru. And Mastama's eyes widen. And he says, "Oh, now it's getting really heated. You're showing off that shin stuff, right?"
Meru will slowly look over at Mastema. He will say, "The only thing I'm doing here is taking all of you down."
He just grins wider at that. And I believe there is one more trigger at the end of the round. This is where interlocking brambles comes into play. Kai, Prior, Alyosha, and Meru. Technically as well, Lazarus and Yuna, but they are not really combatants in this battle. You all will be inflicted with barbed lasso. There is a maximum of 3. You get it at the end of the round. At 1 barbed lasso, Abdiel will act before all units with barbed lasso, which will bring Abdiel's initiative to 11. Actually, we'll bring it to 10.01. At 2 barbed lasso, Rupture will deal an additional +1 damage when triggered. At 3 barbed lasso, units with this condition will become forcibly staggered at the top of the round, and then we'll clear all stats. It only goes away when Abdiel reaches 0 health. And I believe those are all the end of the round triggers. At the top of the round, Alyosha, you can choose if you'd so like, to move where you are. Do you want to stay in place, or would you like to move?
I'll stay.
Absolutely. Then we go to Abdiel's turn, and Kai, they have to target you. They're going to ready the whip, and you are going to have Naring Lasso used on you. This will be a challenge 6.
All right.
Oh God.
I'm not rolling well.
3 successes. Would you like to spend a
Hang
sanity
on.
to reroll?
Yeah, I will.
You can absolutely.
Oh
no!
God.
So Kai,
Well,
that's gonna be 4 rupture. You are not. That's also going to be 6 red pierce damage. Now, I believe you are resistant to red, so that's only going to be 3 health damage to you. However, the rupture. No, the rupture is inflicted on hit, so the rupture does not trigger yet. You are, however, taking that free damage, and when that happens, Kai.
Oh, Kai actually abs that again because he used Chew Toy last turn.
Right, Kai! You were only taking, I believe, 3 would be half to 2. So Kai, you're only taking 2 damage,
I'll take it.
thanks to Chew Toy. And
Right, yeah.
when
Okay.
they do that, they're gonna say, I'll make sure it hurts extra nice for you. As the thorns dig into you, Kai, and you can describe what it is like when you are hit.
It kind of does wonder a little bit if these are all attributes about him that Miix has described to this person. What on earth Miix thinks of him? As the whip wraps around him and he feels, despite wearing ego gear, thorns tearing into his flesh, creating new paper cuts on top of scars. And though it doesn't do as much damage as he knows it could have, there is still quite a sting. It tends to hurt rather than when something is reopened than when something new is added on top of it. As he rips his arm back and feels some of his flesh and the stuffing of his outfit get caught on the thorns.
Absolutely. And as it gets caught on those thorns, Kai, I believe that is the end of their turn. Which means we go to Meru's turn. What would you like to do,
Yes.
Meru?
So I think that Meru, I think he hears that happen between Abdiel and Kai, and I think like the moment Kai takes that hit, Meru like whips around, and I'm going to move him a little bit because I think I can do that now.
Absolutely. And before you roll, you did all get affinity, so you all gain an additional sin point. You also can move. You're no longer having to head towards Mastema. That wore off after you did so.
Okay, awesome. I think I just moved like that.
Absolutely.
A line.
That's the line. Now,
That is the
Alyosha
line.
is in the line, I believe.
I'll take it. I don't care. Listen, I want to take that. I mean, not any more than I have to, but like,
Yeah, you can take a
I
point
will
of
take
sanity
that.
to
I
not hit
can take that.
Alyosha.
yeah, I'm fine taking some sanity damage.
Absolutely.
That does actually make me strained.
You get a second
Wait,
stack of
did
shin.
I think that's Meru's third stack of shin, because that's both injured and strained at once, right?
Yep, Meru, you have free shin.
Yup. Yes.
That's your
That's
max.
what I was playing up for. And I am going to use my skill 1. And my main target is gonna be Abdiel over here.
Absolutely.
I'm also hitting Uriel.
Oh god, and you have poise.
Yeah, I'm using the poise, by the way.
So your main target is Abdiel, you said?
Yes.
Absolutely. Oh, this is disgusting. That's going to be a challenge 5.
Yes.
You will take both of the defensive issues when you're hit.
Okay.
But
That's okay.
that's going to be a challenge 5. And it rules it as challenge 5 for Uriel's damage as well. Do it, Meru. Take the shot.
Yes. How many points of desperation am I getting? Wait.
You're getting 3 base, 1 from being injured, 1 from being strained, 1 from shin, plus 6 dice.
Wow. Okay. And it was challenge 5.
5.
Oh, that was not nearly enough.
That's 7 successes. You did say you're using poise, right?
Yep.
There we
10
go.
successes.
Oh!
That's going to be
Plus 2 for poise.
12 successes. Make sure you spend your poise. So you go down to 2. 12 successes. So that is going to be a margin of 7. Plus 4, which is 11. And they are both in hay gear, which is 13 black pierce damage to them.
Yes, and because it's crit, I'm also getting dark flame put on them, I think.
That won't even matter. You are.
Oh,
but
awesome.
Uriel. Well, first, Uriel, is taking. That was gonna be 13. Yeah, Pierce is normal. Uriel takes 13 damage. And Uriel just falls to the ground. You watch as the eye on the ego closes, as does on the ego weapon and the ego gear. And you know what, Meru? Yeah, I will describe how she goes down after you describe your hit. Because the second person you are taking, however, as retribution, that is going to be 7, not 6 damage coming at you. Which I do believe.
Yes.
You do bring down to a total of 6. So you are taking 6 health damage,
Which-
Meru.
Unless, Meru.
I was going to say, may I? My shin allows me, if I take damage from any source that isn't aggravated, I can spend affinity specifically to take 1 point less for each stack of shin, so I can take 3 less.
Yep, you are taking 3 damage then, Meru. So you can
Awesome.
spend
I will do
affinity,
it.
and you will only take 3 health damage. Abdiel, on the other hand, is going to be taking, that was 13. They are enduring to pierce and black, so that is only going to be 11 damage, which is enough to bring them down to 0. Now, when they do, you already know they have Yuna's ampule on them. But before they pop back up, I will allow you, Meru. You also take 1 red damage from their defensive. But I will allow you, Meru, to describe what it looks like when you down these 2 ego users.
Yeah, so as Meru whips around, you're almost surprised that you don't see Justitia's thing go off with it. But Meru's not necessarily blaming this person. He's just angry that everything's happening and they're hitting Kai, frankly. And Meru wants this fight to be over. And he's still focused on everything he had just remembered. So when he points the rifle at Abdiel, it's almost like his rifle is like rumbling in his hands. And he, without hesitation, pulls the trigger to once again see that bright blue portal as again, same story. There's that loud boom, the bullet fires, and as it strikes through these two, the flames that are still on Meru's ego almost intertwine with the smoke that starts radiating off of it, that you sometimes see when Meru is wielding his gear. And he does look downright furious as he looks at the aftermath of the shot.
Absolutely. Are you choosing to execute, or are you choosing to let Uriel fall unconscious?
Prior actually, yeah, as he sees Uriel about to go down, if he may, Prior will say, "We need to know what they know and who they told."
It's fine. It's fine. They're being downed, not splattered.
Absolutely. In any case, Uriel is out of this combat, but remains down. Abdiel, however, after being hit with that Meru, falls to the ground. As they do, that ampule, the barbs are removed from you all. You only get one magic bullet because only one foe has been actually defeated, as Yuna's L Corp ampule is used. And Abdiel does get back to their feet and goes, "Get, you piece of shit! Come at me again and see what happens."
Okay. And I think after Meru does that, he gains some magic bullet.
I believe you have gained
Yes, you should
your
be at
magic
3.
bullet. You should be at 3.
Perfect. Oh, I see. Yes.
Absolutely. And one of them is permanently down. Only one of them still has a healing ampule remaining, everyone. And is that your turn, Meru?
Yes.
Wonderful. It is Mesteva's turn. And Mesteva just saw what you did, Meru, and is going to right up across the roof from you, aim one of the arrows as he goes, "Oh, that was so cool." And he's going to try to use Take Root on you again.
Okay, this is one where I don't move.
You can choose, unless you'd like to gain 5 Parasite. Please, it would be very fun. You should gain 5 Parasite, Meru.
Okay, so I'm going to choose to not move.
You're going to choose not to move?
Yeah, you sounded too excited about that.
Damn. Well, you will be taking 4 red pierce damage, which goes down to 2. That will be 2 damage. And you must move towards him on your next turn.
All right, sounds good.
And Mesteva will fire another shot towards Yuna. Lazarus will take another point of sinking. Lazarus does not look to be hurting yet. The charge barrier is holding, but it's very clear that you're not sure how long they can be holding up for. And with that, we go to you, Prior.
Prior is not gonna lay off on Abadil, and he is going to There's no reason to skill 3 at this point. Prior is just going to rush over, and as he does, he speaks the word, the grimoire opens, and he's going to soothing words. And we are going to challenge 5.
Yep, if you're going for Abdiel, that's gonna be a challenge 5.
I am going to sanity reroll. Or do I want to conserve my sanity for... Yeah, I'm actually going to conserve my... I think I'm going to conserve my sanity. Prior actually does want his thing to matter. He is going to spend the heroic magic. So that is going to be only 3 red damage to Abadiel, up to 4. Because of the wall armor difference.
4 red damage, you said, correct? Actually,
4 red blunt.
They are weak to red. So that is going to be 5 red blunt damage.
I am not critting on this one. And then Kai, you can heal for 3, and Meru, do you want to stay in your state you're currently in, Meru?
I mean, are you asking if I want to be healed?
Do you want to heal here?
Again, how much am I getting healed by?
3.
3? Oh, if you heal my
non-ag.
health, non-ag.
I will also let you know before you heal anyone, the light is washing over you all to heal you all for a point of sanity and health.
Oh, okay, that's perfect.
You know what? Yeah, heal me. Heal my health.
Okay.
Actually, yeah.
Okay.
I don't mind. I'll still have it, so it's fine.
Meru, you can heal 3. Alyosha, sorry, Kai. Meru, you can heal 3. Alyosha, you can heal 3. I think you're still doing pretty well, Kai.
Yeah, no, I'm alright. Don't worry about me.
And then Prior's heroic magic goes down to 5. As he swings around, the grimoire flips open. The pages lift up. He slams the staff into the book. The pages fly everywhere. Wounds are knit. Damage is done, and Prior passes the turn.
Absolutely. And Abiel looks at you and says, "You old bastard. I'll make you beg for mercy." As the thorns of the whip begin to dig into their hand.
Prior spins his staff in response and doesn't say much.
Absolutely. And Kai, we go to your turn. What would you like to do?
Right.
I'll let you know, Abdiel does not look like they are in good shape right now.
Yeah, alright. I haven't been rolling well, but that doesn't mean that I shouldn't try to attack. Yeah, okay.
It's fine, just crit.
Oh, if you say so.
Prior's telling you to crit.
Prior is telling me to crit. I'm gonna go for a skill 1, yeah.
Absolutely.
It's a challenge 5, right?
Yep, it's gonna be a challenge 5. Prior, you should have taken that 1 red damage.
I took the 1.
Awesome.
And I'm gonna push.
Absolutely. 6 successes!
Let me willpower.
Absolutely, you can spend a sanity to reroll. Ange, you're just going for damage, right? You're not doing any grappling?
Oh my god. Yeah, I'm just going for damage.
And absolutely, in that case, Abdiel will be taking. That's gonna be... Oh, right, you're doing the boss, so that's an additional point of damage, so that's gonna be free. And they are weak to red, so that is gonna be... And slash, so it's gonna be 5 damage. which will be enough to take them down. If you'd like to describe what it looks like, Kai, as you do so.
Kai, after keeping their attention, at least for a little bit, off of Meru and letting him do what he has to do, figures that he has to do what's best for the team, I guess, as he comes up from behind at Abdiel and uses his paw that is larger than most of their body and just sort of pummels them straight to the ground, like sideswipes them like fly swatting, and they just crash into the dirt of this outdoor area, presumably unconscious.
Yes.
And Kai kicks the dirt over them a little bit as he disregards that enemy, and if you'll let me move closer to where I guess Prior is to try to join the others.
You may. As you kick them, the last thing you hear is, "You little fucker, I'll shove you in a kennel net." And then Abdiel is cut off as you kicked them into the ground, basically, and left them there unconscious. And there's only one remaining. Alyosha, what would you like to do? There's one opponent left on the field.
Well, there's nothing to it. Skill 3.
Absolutely. That's going to
What's
be against
difficulty
a
to hit?
challenge 6.
I'll push on this one.
5
I will
successes.
reroll.
No!
No! Alyosha. What does it look like when you try to hit this guy?
You know what? I gotta respect it, cause this guy is brave and has the balls to challenge Meru after everything. He's definitely one of those loves to fight types. So Alyosha, there is a change in color as the flames burn from red to blue as she bursts forward up to where Mastame is. And as she spins for an incredibly fast roundhouse, he manages just to slip away. It's skill that Alyosha wasn't expecting, and she's starting to get the sense that if Uriel might be the leader, but the strongest of the three is this guy.
And as you miss, he just grins and says, "Too close quarters, guys. Always underestimate how nimble us snipers can be." And he's raising his bow and pointing it at you if you have something to say back to him.
You ain't half bad yourself.
He seems pretty proud of that. As we go to the end of the turn, and I'm so sorry, Alyosha, you're about to take 11 points of damage from your burn. Meru, you're
No.
gonna take 1 damage, and you're gonna get rid of your burn. Alyosha, you will half your burn, so you will go down to 6 burn. And I believe that is the only end of turn trigger. As we go to the top of the round with you, Meru.
All right. I think Meru. I mean, obviously he's targeting this guy. And I think before he pulls the trigger again on his skill 1, I think Meru will look at Mastema and pointing his, like, he'll point the rifle as if, like, addressing him and just go, you.
Me!
So what's up? Are you just, like, are you stupid? Or do you like getting hurt? Like, you want to become like the rest of your crew?
Oh, I'm not gonna stop fighting, both on boss's orders. And also because I want to see your ego up close.
Okay, so you're number 3, you're a weirdo. Okay. Met one of those types before. And then Meru will use his skill 1. And first, this, I'll take, I mean, I don't think it really matters. I'll take a hit to my, I'll just take a hit to my, well, no, I'll take a point of, sin. Doesn't matter,
Absolutely.
it's fine.
You can do so. And you're hitting him, I imagine, the only one left?
Yeah, he's the only one left.
Challenge 6.
So what is it that I get? Is it 4 or is it, sorry, I'm still getting used to this. +1.
You should have plus,
If you're strained, you get plus. So you have 3 dice base. You're strained right now, so 4, and then your shin gives you +1, so you have 5 right now.
Okay, so it's 5. It's 5. Okay,
Yep,
cool.
you
I
have
just didn't know
5.
if that happened. I was both strained and injured, but that makes sense. Okay. +5. Please work. Sorry, it's not letting me roll.
That is
Let
odd.
me redo it. I think I got it this
Absolutely.
time. There we go. Okay. It wasn't letting me put in the dice.
Oh, no worries. Were you able to roll?
Yeah, I'm about to.
Let's go.
There we go.
8 successes.
And I will reroll that.
Absolutely.
That's okay.
So you're doing +1. So that's gonna be a margin of 2. +4 is 6. +1 is 5. Wait, no. 7. I can count. 7, and he's weak to black. That is gonna be 8 damage, Meru. 8 black pierce damage. And he is now injured. You also are going to be doing, I believe you have 3 magic bullet on yourself, so 4 burn. Also, he is fragile, so he will be taking another 2 damage.
Awesome.
And would you like to describe what it looks like when you fire?
Yeah, I think after hearing what Mastema said, in a weird way, it kind of reminded him of Steph. But Meru is not letting himself focus on that aspect. He's still pointing his rifle at him, and I think he'll just, as he's pulling the trigger, he'll just mutter, well, I guess I'll give you what you want. And then just like the other times, same story, portal forms. The bullet shoots, with that loud sound that every single time it makes Meru's prosthetics flash, because he knows it's never safe. And it strikes through Mastema, pretty clear.
Absolutely. Hey Meru, something's gonna happen now that he's injured.
Okay.
When you hit him, he just smiles wider and says, "This is the best. You're the best, Meru." And Meru, in Darkness, Bloom will activate. You will gain 5 parasite.
Oh.
Meru,
Great.
you can feel a gentle breeze and the delicate scent of grass embracing the air. There's the sound of rustling leaves, and no matter what you try to do or how you try to move, your body is not your own to command.
Oh, that's awesome.
You will deal 5 less damage, and something may happen on his turn, which, Meru, I believe it's the end of your turn.
Yes, it is, Mr. DM.
Wonderful. Mesema looks at you, and first of all, Mesema will do as he pleases. He no longer has to follow Uriel's orders that Uriel is downed. And he is going to use his skill 2 on you, Meru.
Oh.
This is a challenge 8.
Okay, so I have to dodge this.
You cannot use your defensive skill. You must dodge this with your
Oh.
sanity. You must make a sanity roll.
Hey, I'm strained.
That
So
you are.
how does that work?
You don't. You always roll one die.
You always roll one die.
You click the willpower button.
I mean,
What the
hey,
hell?
you knew this would happen. Oh my god, evil.
I didn't.
I'm not talking to you, I'm talking to the DM.
Well, Meru.
But what if he had crit though? Like, wouldn't that have been pretty cool?
So, he is going to command you to do something. And he's going to say, wait, let's see how many you can get in a line. Fuck, I think it's just the 2 of us as he turns to Alyosha. But Meru, it is your turn. You are going to be commanded to move up there with the both of them and fire the gun.
Okay, so how is this working?
You will move up next to the 2 of them because you can only. I don't think there's any way to get a line with with more people than that.
Okay, so I'm moving up. Like here?
Here,
Oh, okay.
and you will raise and fire the gun.
Okay, I'm firing it in which direction?
At him and Alyosha.
I guess that makes sense. Okay, I understand. Okay.
Oh, thank God! I thought he was going for Prior and Kai.
No, he is looking
He
directly
really
down
likes
the
to
barrel
fight
of the
you.
gun.
Yeah, no,
make
he's
you-
got secret third thing, which is a weirdo.
So, Meru.
Okay, so what? I'm just using skill 1 again?
You're going to use your skill 1. So when you're possessed, you can be commanded with your skill 1. You can't use any of your sanity to not hit Alyosha. And it is going to be at a challenge 6.
Okay.
Damn.
And I'm not being forced to use like my extra stuff, right?
No, you are not forced, nor can you use any of your extra stuff.
Okay, cool. That's good.
Five successes. Meru, because you are possessed, you cannot choose to do any sanity.
That's okay.
However, you are continuing to be possessed, as it does not. Oh no, it does clear here.
Oh, I was gonna say I'm still possessed.
No. Oh no. Sorry, you cleared parasite. You are still possessed. You're possessed until the end of your turn.
Yes.
Wait,
Yep.
until my turn.
Yep.
No.
Yes.
Oh God.
Yeah.
Oh
so the target
God.
cannot
Next
act on their
round,
turn.
I'm still possessed?
At the end of the target's turn, yep, the end of your round, you're still possessed.
Oh God.
The parasite is
We
gone,
need to
however.
kill this guy.
Yeah, the only thing, if you kill him, the possession will go away. And as you are still possessed, he can't use Blessed on you because you do not have 5 Parasite. However, he is going to...
Wait.
Yes, Prior?
Wait. Sorry. Not to cut you off. Don't they both take damage from the broken coin?
You are right. This is an unbreakable. Alyosha, you will take 4 black pierce damage. That is going to be 2 damage to your health, 2 damage to your sanity.
Thanks, Maru.
And he will be taking 4 black. Yeah, Alyosha, you. Ooh, yeah, Maru's an Aleph. Alyosha, you do actually take 1 more damage to your health or your sanity. You get to choose.
Oh, God.
And he's taking 6. He's taking 3 to his health, 3 to his sanity. He does look like he's about to fall. He is on his last legs right now. And he has 1 more skill slot. And he is going to aim his arrow. You're possessed, Maru. Actually, you know what, Alyosha? He is still gonna aim at Maru despite that.
Awesome.
And he is going to use Infected Arrow on you, Maru. He will command you to try to dodge, however.
Oh, okay. No, that's awesome. Okay, so he's just like, I'm like his action figure.
You are his action figure right now. As he goes to fire and he says, now you better try to dodge this, all right? Now you can't spend your sanity, Maru, but you can try to dodge.
So he's not commanding me to use desperation. He's just commanding me to dodge.
No, he cannot do that.
Okay.
He cannot do any extra stuff.
Okay. Well,
He's 4 successes. When he sees that you do get hit, he looks the tiniest bit disappointed, but then says, of course that wouldn't be enough to take you down. Besides, it was actually you in control. You would have dodged that one, right? And you can't say anything, Maru. Your body is not yours to control at the moment. So Maru, you are going to take 6 red pierce damage. That is going to be, you do resist pierce.
Yeah.
And this is
And
also
5 damage.
a ball.
5 damage because it's wall.
Yep, so that's going to be 5, and then it's going to be halved, so you're only taking 3 damage, Maru.
okay,
And
well, now I'm back to where I was before.
Yep.
I now technically have back my extra stack of chin. All that doesn't really matter.
absolutely.
The shin doesn't go away once you gain it. It's just
It doesn't go
it's your
away?
difference.
Yeah,
Yes.
you still have your shin.
Oh!
You can't use it right now
know.
because you're under his possession.
Okay, I understand. Okay, that's good to know. Well, my desperation's fully online. Not that it matters.
Absolutely. Prior, it's your turn. You just watched Maru be taken control of.
What the fuck is happening? Prior was under the assumption that this fight was just about cleaned up, and then that happened. Holy shit.
Yeah, Prior,
Okay,
if you look to
Maru-
him, he looks to you and he says, isn't ego incredible? You should have seen the abnormality this came from.
I don't think I ever want to do that. And, the thing begins to spin around him, and he goes, Kai, I'm gonna minimize his targets for a next attack. I'm trusting you to try and take him down.
I'll do my best.
In this world, there are heroes and villains, those who rise to the occasion, and those who fall short. In my brilliance, I shall be a defender of justice. And Prior begins charging as he is going to start using his skill 3-1, really just so that he can't take damage right now.
Absolutely.
That's the that's the upgrade. That is the skill 3-2 version. The skill 3-1 version. He begins charging.
Wonderful. Is there anything else that happens here, or is it just charging for now?
That is all that happens on the turn he uses it. He begins to charge, and he passes the turn.
Absolutely. Kai, what would you like to do?
Well, I'm gonna go for an attack, I guess.
Absolutely. You can go up to this guy and try to attack him.
All right.
It's going to be a challenge 6 to hit him.
Please hope that I roll well for this one. Oh
2
my
successes.
god. Dude. I guess I'll willpower, maybe I'll crit. I don't know.
Absolutely. You can try.
I'm gonna.
Four
The dice don't
successes.
like me.
So close.
Unfortunately, Kai, would you like to describe what it looks
Ayo.
like when you try to hit this guy?
Prior told Kai to go after the attacker to, try to stop what's happening from happening as quickly as possible. And he runs up with his claw out, and his, he runs out ready to swipe at this person, but I don't know if it's, the distance that he has to cover, the momentum that he already has, but as he runs at this guy, it's like the weight that he has to throw for the hit that he's trying to make works to his disadvantage, as he just barely misses his target. He doesn't know whether it would have hit in the first place or if he was dodged. It all happened so fast to him. But Kai just kind of looks a little bit embarrassed as he lunges towards this person and instead hits dirt.
And as you hit the dirt, Mastema looks at you, having lunged at him and failed, and goes, "Whoa, down, boy!" And seems more amused than anything.
Yeah, Kai growls a little bit.
Absolutely. Alyosha, it is your turn.
I mean, I have to use my skill too, or I fucking die. Okay, let's just roll.
Technically, with your core passive, burn
That's
can't
true.
reduce you to zero.
That's
HP.
true. That's true. You know what? No, because I want to. I want to keep my burn up. I want to keep my burn up. So I'm just gonna go for it. Thank God.
Hey!
A 7 success crit. So, Alyosha, when you come at him, this is enough to down him, as he had 1 health remaining. It does mean he's going to pop his ampule immediately. But as we did before, because of how it works, I will still allow the margin and burn to happen to him when he gets back up. What does it look like when you use this on him?
Yeah, Alyosha will just spin and take advantage of the distance that Kai bought her, and as Mastema's dodging Kai, Alyosha will come in and hit him with a solid kick to the ribs.
Absolutely. And as you kick him to the ribs, he is hit. And he says, "Seriously?" And is knocked down and just goes, "Not bad." And as he's about to fall, first of all, his burn goes away. Yuna's ampule activates. Oh! But as he's falling, I just realized everyone suffers was activated the moment you kicked him. So he technically still has his burn on him as well, which would activate. So Alyosha, unfortunately for you as well, your burn, no, but you're on use. You take no damage from burn this turn. Meru, you are taking 1 damage, and you're reducing your burn to 0. That's a good question. Wait. Would Mastama be considered dying to the burn? Or to Alyosha?
I think
Because of everyone's suffering.
I would say
Alyosha.
I think
because I was already.
I think
attack.
I would argue because I think it would be really good if it was to the burn, Alyosha. It would be really good because I know what Midnight Oil does.
I guess it's up to Ben.
You know what? What we'll say? I will say you go to kick him, Alyosha. And as your leg connects with him, he succumbs to the burn. Not that you're not kicking his body. The ampule is activated, so he does get back up and clear his burn to injured. However, when he gets back up, Alyosha, I think you have something special you can activate because he would have died to the burn there.
I do. So first of all, let me show this once again.
And Alyosha? This burn has reduced the target to 0 health. You may immediately activate skill free 2 against him. So he's back up. He's, it's on the stack. He's about to use his passive In Darkness Bloom again, as he's become injured. But you act first, Alyosha.
Yeah, well, it's time to go ahead and use this. Because it activates a certain skill of mine. My 3-2. So let me go ahead and show that.
Absolutely.
This is, let me just, we'll do a good old... Do I have to roll to hit with this? Let me check this one more time.
Roll for fun. It's
you can roll for fun.
Yeah. It's just like good old skill 3 on Miix. Alright. Go ahead and roll. There we go.
8 successes.
So what it does is that on hit, the target's defeated, and Alyosha may immediately execute them if they are injured. If not, the game bind and are removed from combat.
Well, he is injured. Would you like to execute him? Or would you like to cause him to gain bind and remove him from combat?
I think I'd rather cause him to gain bind.
Absolutely. He is bound. And Miix recovery team, you all have won the encounter. The light does wash over all of you. All of you can heal a point of health and a point of sanity. And Meru, your body returns to you. The parasite is removed at the end of the combat, and you can actually move and control your own limbs again.
Everyone all right? Meru, The charging ends as Pryor was halfway through his chant, but the book just slams shut and he drops back down to his feet.
I think as Meru finally gets control back over him, he looks a bit bewildered. Maybe there's a hint of fear in his gaze as he's like looking around and he's like, what the fuck did he do to me? What the hell? But then he does look relieved when he realizes he can finally move again.
Damn.
That was one hell of a final kick. Glad to have you on our side, Alyosha.
Man, that had a number on me.
Yeah, those burns look pretty harsh. Don't push yourself.
We don't got time for that. Gotta figure out what these guys know.
Right. First, let's make sure. Well, Pryor is actually like, I'm not going to try and stop you this time. You probably want to make sure Miix is okay.
Yeah. Alyosha will go over to where Miix is lying.
Absolutely. I'll let you know before you come over to where Miix is. I am just gonna make a quick roll to see how Abel is holding up.
Oh my god, Abel.
Oh
we
my
left
god,
him.
right, dude. Oh, okay. Is he doing okay?
7 successes. You all see Abel walking back over to all of you. Lazarus is, again, looking not in the best shape, but isn't too injured. Yuna is perfectly fine. Aside from the fact they're basically cowering, like, beside Lazarus. And Abel just strolls back covered in not his own blood and says, situation's handled. And as he does, he also sees Miix's body. But Alyosha, I believe you're running towards it first.
Yeah, 100%. Cain, hey, wake up! And can Alyosha wake her up?
You cannot. I will not give you a roll because she will not wake up no matter what you do.
Hey, why ain't she waking up?
When you say that, Mestema will pipe up because he's the only one not unconscious. The other two have been knocked out. And he'll say, no clue. We didn't try to wake boss.
What the hell? What did y'all do to her?
Hey, we didn't do anything to boss.
Kai, do you mind doing a medical check?
Alright, great. I was going to ask if I could.
Sorry to jump in. Pryor.
Oh no, you're perfectly fine. I appreciate it.
Yeah, Pryor sees Kai about to do something and quickly manages to vocalize it before Kai can.
Absolutely. Kai, do you want to make an understanding medicine? Severe injuries would not apply to this. Or major injuries would not apply to this.
Okay, interesting.
Yuna can help you. Lazarus can help you. And I believe Meru, Alyosha, Pryor, do any of you have medicine?
I do have medicine.
Pryor does as well.
Yeah, I also do.
You get +5 dice to this roll, Kai. It is a scaling challenge. You can begin the challenge at challenge 6.
Thank you. Maybe the dice will be in my favor now since I'm not in combat anymore. It was Yuna, Lazarus, and then everybody else playing.
Yep, so it's gonna be +5 to you. Wait, does Abel have any medicine? Let me double check his sheet. No, Abel can't help you out. He's standing there worriedly. He's kind of being more of a hindrance than a help.
Not uncommon for family at the scene. You are joking, right? Hang on.
2 successes.
Did you do something to my dice?
Damn!
What the heck? Dude.
What?
I would like to formally complain about my dice today.
I'll put it into consideration.
Sandy re-roll into a crit.
I'm so sorry. I think you got all my bad rolls. so sorry. I think you
okay,
got on my
great.
back.
2 successes.
This is not a normal This is not a normal medical condition. Miix is under a magic spell. I don't know what this is.
Yeah, Kai, you have no fucking clue. Prior would get very upset if he heard you say magic or referred to magic in the city at all. But it may as well be to you because all you know for sure, Miix's body is extremely light. That's it. Something does happen, however. When you approach the body, and when all of you, because I imagine at this point, have you all started to try to approach Miix's body?
Yeah, we're all providing medical assistance, so we're all around.
Wonderful. Something jumps out of all of you and into Miix as those shards of light from the butterfly before, you see them out of you, form into a butterfly, and it flies inside of Miix. Just sort of melding into her.
Kai looks up from the body that he was examining, sees that, and goes, I'm really sorry they did not teach this when I was learning how to do combat medic stuff.
You said the body was light. Is it heavier now?
Is it?
Kai,
Mr. DM?
that was like 2 successes, but it's still 2 successes. You can tell when there is a difference in weight. Yes, the body is the tiniest bit heavier. Not much, but
Okay.
it does feel heavier than it did before.
Kai sort of shifts, sort of like half lifts the body with one of his arms, trying to gauge that, and looks at Prior and says, a bit? I guess I didn't really pick Miix up very much in the before times, so I can't say if this is closer to her normal.
An empty cocoon be filled. A empty pail, thirsty for water. That's, if I'm going to put a theory out there, what the Fathom is calling us to do. What this place is calling us to do. We have to bring her memories back to her body. It would make sense, right?
Yuna nods their head and says, yeah, I assume this is all kind of very new to me.
Pieces of Miix, I bet you pieces of Adam, are scattered around this place. I presume the reason the syndicate members were used was because someone else is out there collecting Adam's butterflies. And I can only presume if there are Miix butterflies, there must be Adam. They're going to try and fill her up with him. We have to fill her up with herself first. If they're 2 separate people, 2 memories in one body, it would make sense. That's my working theory. I'm not basing this off of anything. Prior actually kind of holds his hands up to admit that he's kind of jumping to a bit of a conclusion here, but he's going to go, it would make sense. We have to protect the body, bring it with us, and make sure no one can tamper with it.
Maybe. I don't know. Look. And Alyosha will look over at the Dawnbringers. And she'll actually go over to wake the other 2 up.
Would you like to restrain them before you wake them up?
Yeah, obviously.
Awesome. You're able to... You know, I will say, Lazarus actually, as you go over, pulls some rope out of inside of that cloak, along with these these free pairs of locks.
Thanks.
He just nods.
Hey, wake up.
And I won't make you all roll. You're able to put the J Corp locks on them, and you are also able to restrain them. I don't know if you're all removing their ego, if you're keeping that on them.
Well, I think we remove their weapons, but we don't bother stripping their armor from them.
Yeah.
Absolutely. You're able to remove the weapons. Mastema only protests a little bit. And the three of them will wake up. And Abdiel just kind of sighs and goes, "Aw, we lost." And Uriel looks to you all and says, "What do you want?" "It seems that we have lost, given..." And she kind of gestures at the J-Corp locks on her and says, "The predicament that we found ourselves in. I can't believe I was the first to go down. But boss told us to stand down if we did lose and our lives were spared."
What?
I'm sure you won't trust our word. I wouldn't trust our word either.
Why would we...
Why would you what?
Wait. No, wait. Why? You said her.
Yeah. Boss?
I know.
Yeah, Pryor also stands at attention at that. That is... He puts a finger to his chin and goes, "The order, it's not making sense."
You're calling Cain boss and calling her. You're not calling him.
No, is
You're
there
not
a
referring-
reason we would be? Is there something I need to be aware of?
You didn't meet Adam Leonis.
I met a woman known as Cain Leonis.
Like, don't act stupid. You know, I'm sure y'all have heard the Butlers and how they talked about Cain.
Oh, yeah.
But you're talking...
They
Y'all are
keep
talking
mentioning
about...
some he and some Lord Leonis.
But that's not what Cain is to y'all?
I mean, we didn't speak too much with the boss, but no, when she recruited us and called us to go meet with her, she was definitely named Cain. And a her.
When did this happen?
Couple weeks? Week and a half?
Timeline doesn't make sense. What the... It should have been... Then why wasn't... Then when did the possession take place? It should have taken place at the party. If it was a anaworm, but... It can't be an anaworm then. A memory replaceal? But she was already acting like that at the party. Pryor just basically completely curls in on his own thoughts, trying to piece together what could have happened.
She just kind of, shakes her head and says, "Oh, that party. She mentioned that. Yeah. No, it was after that party. She, reached out to us. Not quite sure how she found us. She seems to have her ways. And she knew we were in J Corp. She asked us to meet her right near the border of S Corp and J Corp. Said she didn't want to go too far from S Corp, but to meet in J Corp since it would be on our terms, not on hers. You know, pretty suspicious offer and all.
Huh.
Prior turns and looks at Alyosha, and it's clear that Prior has no idea what the fuck is going on.
Yeah, Alyosha doesn't look like she has much of an idea at this point. She's kind of just more questions than answers. She looks over at Meru and Kai to see if they have any other ideas.
I wished in this moment that I was an ideas person.
Yeah, Mary's not much of an ideas person either. Yeah.
Uriel looks around at you all and says, yeah, no, she,
If only we had more information. Shit.
All I can really tell you for sure, she gave us information on all of you. She nods at Alyosha included, and you two, she looks at Yuna and Lazarus and nods and says, as well, didn't mention anything about that one. And Uriel points at Abel at that and then says,
Wait. How could Miix have known about Alyosha? The timeline doesn't add up.
Oh, all we know is that we know nothing. Great.
Right.
Alyosha at this point will just look around. Oh,
Yeah,
actually,
Yeah, sorry, no, Prior just grabs his hair and he goes, was it Adam pretending to be Miix? Was it some moment of control? Is there a struggle going on? Is it a slow overwrite? What is happening?
And as you're saying that, Prior, Uriel just says, yeah, I mean, we know about that branch you all came from. Branch L53, right? It's still hard to believe there's a functioning branch out there.
What?
What?
You all remember that they mentioned there was a still surviving branch.
Yes. He knows, but just hearing it said so blankly, it basically reveals how much they did know.
You know, sir, I totally forgot they even said that before the fight.
Yeah. I admit I also did kind of only did not know how much they actually knew.
Yeah, no, I
so
did
they
not
know
realize that.
a lot. This is like crazy. Like how? What?
Yuna's shaking a little as they just say, right, they had my healing ampules. They knew they weren't K-Corp ampules.
What do you know about the branch?
Uriel is asked that and just kind of like tries to stretch but can't really while restrained with the ropes as well as the locks, specifically the locks on the ego, and just says, well, we know there's a still surviving branch. We know it's got to be in District 12, given it has an L in front of it. Kind of obvious. What else? I know that's a fallen wing. We know that there's more survivors there. We were the only ones to get out of our branch. You should have seen it. People turning into these sapling creatures. There was a lot happening that day. People were drawing lots for the escape pods.
Yeah, Prior's gaze is hardened at first, like concrete, and his hand does grip his weapon, but as they describe their own branches fall, that stone resolved dedication in his eyes does fade slightly into empathy.
as he can only imagine what that was like. And as he closes his eyes, he takes a deep breath. And he goes, Miix has revealed something to you that doesn't give us a lot of options on how we resolve this.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't trust me either if I was saying we just keep our mouth shut. And Abiel just goes, but we will. And Uriel just kind of stares them down. As Meru, do you have something to say?
Yeah, no, I think Meru, when he realizes what they know, I think he has to force himself to take a very long, deep breath. Because his first thought was that Miix doing that was so stupid. She met them, what did you say, a week and a half ago?
Yep.
And
week
basically
and a half ago.
told them that. And then Mary realizes they were told a week and a half ago. And who knows? They could say, oh, we're not going to say anything, but they've already said something. They don't know that. They just met them. And I do think there is... You can start to see a little bit of the teal. Not fully, but a little brief streak of that, like, cyan kind of color before he takes another breath. And he's like... Well, I think his mouth like opens and closes a few times from behind the mask. As he tries to not like threaten to just like kill them right now. I think instead he briefly will glance at Prior, because frankly, I'm sorry, Maru's a little less empathetic than Prior probably is in the moment. I think he will glance at Prior as if to be like, give me a good reason to not fire my bullet again.
Prior takes a deep breath and goes, unfortunately, given the sensitive nature of our facility, you have left us with two very different outcomes. You seem to be loyal to boss. And Prior speaks that word with the kind of venom you'd normally only reserve for your most mortal foe. And he says, so, if you really believe in your boss, let's strike a bargain. You three, you have anywhere else to go?
They all look to each other, and Uriel just shakes her head and says, like I said, part of a syndicate, but it's a fairly small syndicate. We were the only free survivors, and we were the only free who came along here. I didn't fill the rest of my men in on this mission.
Well, in that case, then, if only the three of you know, then how about we extend a new contract onto your existing employment? If we can get boss back from whatever this is, we would be willing to exchange allowing you to live with the secrets you know if you want to come back with us to the facility.
And I assume our other option is... And Mestem at this point kind of does like, or tries to do, which is very difficult with his hands restrained, the like cutting throat motion.
No, heavens, no, nothing so barbaric. Mary would shoot you all through the heart.
That's how I'd want to go. Mastema pipes up, and Abdiel just kind of sighs and says, Boss, let's just go with them. And Uriel sighs and nods and says, understandable. We'll agree to these terms.
Lovely. I don't know how much you were told about our facility, but I can promise you it will be significantly better than the one you came from. At least in terms of the hours we're expecting you to work and the amount of danger you'll be expected to put yourself in. We will still expect you to work for your keep.
We've worked at Lobotomy Corporation before. We know the deal. And we know that your facility isn't quite your average L Corp, from the sounds of it.
Alright then. You all appear to be the honorable sort, so...
Enough about that. Can we just focus on what's important here?
Prior bites his tongue to say, this is just as important to keeping Miix alive, because the more people who know, the more danger everyone's in. But he just goes, let's just say that the facility's secrets is... I guess...
What's more important in the current moment, Prior? That's what I mean.
I promise you, is very important to Miix's survival. You're gonna have to trust me, but now it's been resolved. Which means that now we have to take Miix and go, and I don't suppose the three of you will stop us?
Can't exactly. And Abdiel just jingles the chains a little bit.
So, are we coming back for them later, or like, what's the...
I think we... Prior is hesitant to say, but I think we let them find a place to take shelter. They seem the sort to, now that they've made an agreement, stick to it.
Would you like to all release them and let them take shelter somewhere here?
Yeah, I think we'll let them take shelter.
Absolutely. Do you want to keep the locks on them?
I think it would be really hard for them to survive if we did. Also, we might need them later.
Absolutely. The locks will be removed, and they don't aggro onto all of you. They will pick a corner of the courtyard and sort of camp there. And as they do so, as you're all looking around, you all see a single butterfly resembling funerals flitting a little ways away from all of you.
Wow. Someone else want to do the honors this time?
I'll do it.
I was gonna ask who's the closest to it.
Which one of you is the closest to it? I would say that would probably be whoever is on farthest on this edge. So Kai, Meru, or Alyosha, whichever one of you want to reach out to the butterfly.
I mean, if you want to do it, Meru, since you had already said.
Yeah, I mean, unless like Alyosha wants to, Meru can do it.
Would you like to, Alyosha, or would you let Meru do so?
Meru can.
Then Meru.
Okay. Yeah, then Meru will force his glare away from where those three were, and he will do so.
Wonderful. You reach out to the butterfly. And once again, the world around you begins to darken. all of you can see the scene that plays out before you. You see Miix, still dressed in the clothes from the party. You see Uriel as well, seated across from Miix, and Mastema and Abdiel standing behind Uriel. It looks to be one of J Corp's casinos, which adds up with the story that Uriel gave you all. And Uriel's looking at you, Miix, and says, I can't exactly figure you out. You reach out to us. You come here. You talk about these plans you have for the city. You pay us a lot of money. You ask us to join your vision. You're not like any other Nestborn I ever met before or after I joined Lobotomy Corporation. It's a nice dream. I'll give you that. But why? What's all this for?
For the future of the city, for the future of our people.
And Uriel slams a fist down on the table and says, don't give me that bullshit. Tell me why you want to do this.
Miix is silent for a moment. Because if I don't, nothing will change. Selfless people, really selfless people, people who can enact change while also being good are rare. And when they do appear, they get crushed. There has to be a situation where they can flourish. There are decent people out there. But it takes a special kind of person. And I mean special. Someone that goes beyond that. And the city as it is right now can't give birth to someone like that. So that's why I'm doing all this. Even if I burn in hell after everything's said and done.
What about you then? Is this really what you want? Or is this something he wants?
I guess if I had my way. An orphanage.
An orphanage?
Yeah. In schools. I mean, imagine. If we could build orphanages and schools in every back streets all around the city. Free food, free education, free housing. You know, people wouldn't have to worry about syndicates or wings.
Uriel just shakes her head at that and says, the city would never let it happen. You'd have to fight every day for that.
Wow. If there's anyone who has the funds to do it, it'd be me.
It'd still be really hard.
Yeah, it would be. Damn near impossible. But I think it's worth doing all the same. It would be, at least. Besides, nothing worth doing is ever easy.
So why don't you do that? If you think you can.
Too late for all that.
And the scene before you all that plays out, the lights begin to darken. And you all find yourselves back in the courtyard. And I think here, after you all have witnessed this, this is a great place to call for an intermission. Thank you all so much for coming. I hope you're all excited for the final parts of the session, as this is a very late intermission, but there's still a bit more left. And we'll see you all in 15 minutes. Welcome back, everyone, to the final part of the session. Thank you all for hanging in there through the quick crash. And the Miix recovery team has found themselves inside the Phantoms. Though whose Phantoms is another question entirely. You all met up with Abel and decided to form a temporary alliance, and then wandered through the Phantoms before finding the courtyard outside. In the courtyard, you faced off against a trio of Lobotomy Corporation remnants who were protecting Miix's body. And now, you all, having defeated them, have witnessed another one of Miix's memories. You all have a moment to gather yourselves, collect yourselves, and you all watch before anything else as the butterfly from before flutters and becomes one with Miix. Kai, I will make you roll again. You can tell Miix's body has become a little bit heavier.
Alright.
And it looks like, even though they are a bit away from you, the Syndicate seems to react. You have a feeling that they witnessed whatever you all just witnessed as well, as they're all kind of looking around.
Well, I guess we should take her with us. Alyosha says she'll try to pick up Miix if Kai's alright with that.
I mean, yeah, yeah, absolutely. Just be gentle.
As you go to do so, Alyosha, Yuna will speak up and will say, wait, I can carry her. I mean, you have to fight, and I want Boss to be okay, and I'm not gonna be much use.
Yeah, but you sure you can carry her?
I mean, Kai said that she's really light, right?
Well, I guess she is as light as a feather, but... Alright, here.
And Yuna tries to brace with their Fortitude 1. But the moment that Miix is handed to them, they actually seem surprised as there is absolutely no weight. Or there's a little bit of weight, but there's barely any. And they hold Miix in their arms as they say, oh, wow, she really weighs nothing. Right, and they kind of just straighten up, holding her close. They don't need to roll to continue holding her, at least at this point in time. And they look around and they say, what do we do now? I mean, it seems like those remnants are handled, so...
Agreed. We just need to keep pressing forward. There's probably more butterflies around. And... well... I think that has to be the key, right? And we have to move quickly. I don't know who else is trying to get them. But if we want any chance of bringing Miix back, it's through these butterflies. Alyosha, you get to lead the way.
Yeah. Let's keep moving.
Absolutely. Alyosha, you can lead the way. Abel is shooting a look at the Syndicate, but isn't going to start shit. And Lazarus is...
I really thought you were about to say he started shooting. I was like, what?
No, don't worry. He doesn't start shooting. But you all, I imagine you're all leaving the Syndicate behind here, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
We are not bringing them with us.
They can take care of themselves.
They don't insist on coming. They've all carved out a little area for themselves. Whether or not they'll be there when you get back, you'll have to wait and see. But as you all go along, Alyosha, you are leading the way here. And I will say, since you are the one who is leading, you do see there is a cluster of butterflies before you all. They aren't quite like the ones you've seen. These ones are so tiny, they could be very, very easy to miss. But they seem to almost be a trail.
I guess we gotta follow him.
Do any of you protest?
Nope. I think we finally
Following
hit
the
the path. We
butterflies been the
understand what
trail.
we're doing.
Absolutely. As you're all following them, this was redeemed right before intermission. There is a light that washes over all of you, and you all can restore a point of health. And as you're all walking, I will only call for a singular roll. This is just to see if you run into any issues along the way. Alyosha, can you make me one more? It will be a Intuition High Society. You can add your specialty for A Corp. The challenge is a challenge free, but once again, it's one of those where it's just to see how well you can navigate. And also, you all can heal a point of sanity from the light as well.
Thank you.
All right, I'll spend a point. Oh
no!
No!
You know what?
It was
you know
three
what?
successes.
It was 3 successes. Yeah, you can re-roll 3 dice.
I'll roll 3 dice. Sorry.
No, you're good. You're good.
I guess I'll just roll High Society, Intuition.
You know what? I'll just let you roll again. I'll just let you. Oh no! But you know what? That's your free dice before. Yeah, that's 4 successes. 4 successes. You are able to navigate without issue. I'm gonna say that while I'm sure there are some butlers and golden bow hunters you run into, none of you will take any damage as you were able to pass the challenge. So all of you don't take any further damage to your already damaged trackers.
Cool.
And now I will say, as you're following the trail back through the manor, Alyosha, as it continues, you come to an area that even you aren't familiar with. As you all find yourselves winding through the halls in some doors, out other doors, until you come to this private garden area that, Alyosha, I don't believe you have ever seen before, have you?
Oh. Has it? No, I don't think so.
You
I-
look lost. That seems like a bad sign. Pryor does pipe
no. Alyosha looks around and says, it reminds me of the gardens and the manors of the Leonis family, but I don't really recognize this place.
Abel also looks like he doesn't know where this place is, as he looks around and says, so is this something those phantoms or whatever created?
Possibly. We know it's capable of constructing spaces that didn't exist before.
And you all see this field of spider lilies before you all, this entire area isolated from the rest of the manor. And there is a structure in the back, and on the top of the structure, a single butterfly is fluttering.
Well, I guess one of us has to climb up and get it.
Do any of you try to walk towards it?
I was gonna say I'm the only one out of the group who hasn't, so I guess I should go and do that.
Yeah. Pryor makes room for Kai.
Kai, as you approach this,
If you make me roll and I fail...
No. I will say this. You do not need to roll. Because as you're approaching this, you don't need to start climbing. As you come towards where it is, it begins to flutter down towards you. Do you extend a hand to it?
Yes, Kai will hold a paw out with only one claw for it to perch on. Or, I guess, theoretically.
Absolutely. The moment it touches your paw, you all feel that familiar sensation that I imagine you've gotten used to at this point wash over you. You see a man who looks nearly identical to Miix. He doesn't have any of the eyeshadow that she wears. His hair is styled differently. And he is older than Miix is. But the resemblance is uncanny. And you hear the door open and watch as who you recognize as Old Nat carries in a younger Cain. Or rather, Miix. Miix looks to be in her teens. It's hard to tell the exact age here. And Old Nat looks to her lord, still holding Miix, not gently, but, firmly enough that Miix can't flee. And Old Nat says, "We have returned, Lord Leonis." And Adam nods his head. looking down at the struggling Cain.
And Cain runs.
You all watch Cain bolt out of the room, and at once old Nat prepares to go after her. But Adam raises a hand and just strolls slowly past old Nat, clearly not in a rush, as he says, "I'll handle this." And he follows after Cain.
Cain desperately clambers and runs through the halls. She stumbles and almost falls down, but barely manages to keep herself upright as she makes her way through the hallways, through several doors, and finally through the back door towards the garden. And as she runs through the garden, she makes her way to a secret area, a place only her and Lazarus know about, tears streaming down her face.
You are able to make it to that garden, Cain.
She finally reaches that secret place, a little area in the garden no one else knows about. A place this vast is bound to have secrets. And so she crawls into the area and shaking as she lets out pathetic whimpers and sobs. She curls up into a ball, covering her mouth with her hand, trying to keep quiet.
It's quiet for a while. There is then the sound of rustling. And Adam steps into the garden.
Her whimpers aren't muffled anymore as she tries to scoot away from him and finds that she can't. Her back meets the wall. She can't. She can't move any further away.
And Adam moves closer. I know you're scared. I have to do this. I'm doing this for the city. And as he gets closer, you can see that he's tearing up. It's clear he doesn't want to do this, but he still moves closer towards you. I have wandered the city for so long. I've searched for someone who could save everyone. I thought that there'd be someone, one person. And I learned what humans were like everywhere. The nests, the back streets, even the outskirts. I was disappointed. I was so disappointed. That's why it all has to be wiped away. Into the ground.
Please.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Mommy.
I'm so sorry. And he raises the gun, his hands trembling, tears pouring down his face. He doesn't look away. And there's a single shot.
What the fuck?
What the hell did I just watch?
Pryor feels for the center of his forehead like he expects a bullet wound to be there.
What the hell was that? Alyosha looks shocked over at the other three. Not just them, everyone here. What?
This is...
What was that? Did you guys see that? And she looks over at Meru and Kai.
I mean, I saw it, but it's... I don't know how I'm supposed to believe it, even though Kai rubs his forehead too. I almost feel like I felt it.
What did he do to her?
I don't know.
Hey, Abel, did you know anything about that?
Abel is completely quiet at the moment, but his knuckles are gripped so tight that they've become white, and there is a horrified look on his face. At this point, you can see that his fist has basically erupted in flames, and he seems to realize you've addressed him, and he looks to you, and he's snapping not at you, Alyosha, but just at the closest person when he says, "Do you think I knew anything about that?"
Alyosha shrinks away. Wait. There's no way. Can't be dead. But she's alive. Oh no.
There's no coming back through it. There is no coming back from a bullet through the head. The one taboo even I couldn't break.
Lazarus. What's going on? What's going on?
Lazarus has been quiet up to this point. And when you demand to know what's going on, you don't know if he's looking at you. The mask seems to be, based on the direction from where it's facing. And all he says is, Abel will remember this. Alyosha, you were never filled in on the details, were you? And
What are you talking about?
hears you ask that, and he pauses again, silent for a moment. And at his silence, Abel, you all watch, does go forward and grabs Lazarus by the cloak, holding him up as the fire begins to eat a little bit at it, and says, "Get on with it!" And Lazarus finally speaks. "There's a reason Adam helped me. Do you know why that is?"
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about corporate espionage. And Lazarus's neck sort of turns to try to crane to see you, Alyosha, even as Abel is holding him in place. He wanted the secrets behind our Corp's tech. So I left them and gave it to him. I'm not the same Lazarus that stole those secrets. And that should tell you how well the recreation went. There were other people he recruited into this project. Thung, Natalia, your mother. And he looks down at Abel, who, hearing that, does actually drop him as Lazarus just lands to his feet and continues. If there's one thing Adam wants, more than anything, it's to change the city. Originally, he wanted to do so from the inside. Change it one by one, using his influence. The city is like a lake. You can make all the ripples and waves you want, but at the end of the day, it'll return to its neutral state. Even when the wings fall, new ones just grow in their place. He wanted to find a messiah. Not just a good person, like how you're good, Alyosha. Not a decent person from the back streets or nests. The epitome of good. Someone who hadn't been corrupted by the city. But he couldn't find anyone. Not anymore. There was someone once, but she wasn't what he was looking for. That light wasn't what he wanted. So he decided to do something else. Create a situation where a messiah would flourish instead of being crushed up by the gears of the city. But to do that, he needed to make sure that he would be there to nurture that seed. But doing something like that's dangerous. There was no question that he would die in the pursuit of this. And that's where the project comes in. Project Eden. Its goal was simple. Create an immortal martyr. Someone who would come back no matter what. To ensure Adam's will be done. And Abel just looks at Lazarus and narrows his eyes and says, "What the hell are you trying to say?" And Lazarus does rock back on his feet a bit from Abel as he says, "You want to know why Cain was acting like Adam before we came here? It's because Cain is Adam."
What? Cain is Adam? What?
Prior is dead fucking silent. His face is a ghostly white pallor. His eyes are darting inside of his skull as neurons connect. Facts are weaved together. The hole in his memory isn't probably ever coming back, but the threads of why it might be missing are beginning to knit back. Oh. Life insurance can't clone the brain, but it seems old L Corp found a loophole. Ain't that fucking something? And he used it to make a daughter. His own flesh and blood, but without any of that pesky variation. Without any of that pesky outside blood. We were never going. Everything Miix used to talk about, the memories, the time she talked about dying after we saw the facility. They were all locked in there.
No, that doesn't make sense.
No, it makes perfect sense.
No. We grew up with Cain. Clones aren't allowed to exist for more than 7 days.
I don't know if there's any sense for us to make out of any of this, except that maybe we have an inkling of an understanding as to why an arbiter attacked this place.
You're right. Clones aren't allowed to exist for more than 7 days. And we don't know why a taboo happened, but I'm sure you do, Lazarus.
And when you look to
Why don't you enlighten us?
him, Prior, all he says back in response is he looks to you, or you think he looks to you. That mask looks at you. Those eyes darkened in it. What day do you think it was when Adam shot Cain in that memory?
There it is. There it fucking is. A child raised 7 days at a time. Probably cloned again right before she kicks it. Growing up in 7-day increments, disposing of the old one, bringing about another new one. And on that day, he had to get rid of her. You know, if you're gonna make sacrifices, this makes disgusting amount of sense. I mean, you gotta give points for pragmatism, to be able to hold your own child in your hands and watch them die. But Adam, I think I know why me and Adam didn't really hit it off, why he had to leave me with a hole in my memories. Because I know it's It's not a leader who makes those rely on him suffering. It is the leader's job to protect his people from suffering by making sacrifice themselves. Any sacrifice. Adam probably thought he was making a big fucking sacrifice, but all he wanted to do was to force his sins onto his child, to make anyone else bear the burden except for him. That's the problem with utopias. That's the problem with anyone trying to build a utopia. They dream of a perfect, flawless world someone else laid the blood-soaked bricks for. And they get to sit on the sidelines grandstanding about how horrible it was someone else did the dirty work. He at least had the balls to pull the trigger himself. But if you're gonna kill someone for the greater good, if you really, truly mean it, you look them in the eyes and you do it without remorse. You don't fucking cry. You don't tell them what they already know, what Adam knew, that he was being a monster. He couldn't even hold his fucking tears back. Couldn't even give her that final dignity. And there's the story. That's how he's back. 'Cause he never left. He didn't even have the dignity to die himself at the end. He knew it all. And he knew one day he'd crawl out of the monster he tried to make. Prior crosses his arms and descends into a deep, thoughtful silence.
Lazarus is staying silent at that Prior. He does not refute anything you say, but there is also a deep silence about him. Yuna's just holding Miix closer to themselves. Their face is completely pale. They look horrified. And Abel is still glaring daggers into Lazarus.
I mean, Meru is... He's quiet, but you can tell that on his face he definitely does look quite shocked.
I think there's a moment of shock and silence that settles over all of you.
But clones be the same. How can she be a clone of her father and be completely different?
Lazarus, who was quiet, speaks at that and says, clones can have unique personalities. It's odd how that is. Every version of myself, we've all had different tastes. The brain can be the same, but it's how that person grows around that differs. The only thing that matters to the head is that the brain is the same. You can be two wildly different people, but as long as that, and he taps his head, is the exact same, it breaks the taboo.
So, they had a place to clone both you and Cain?
I was, let's call it, a test subject. I no longer had access to my hatchery. Adam was able to recreate that. And then he was able to modify it for Cain. That machine back there? What were you saying before about cards on the table prior? And he does look to you when he says, that machine was for unearthing Adam's memories inside a Miix, as you all call her.
What? What? Cain had his memories?
Cain has had Adam's memories. Deep down. Every Cain that ever lived did. Every death that she suffered, it's all stayed there. We simply use technology to seal away those memories. And the plan was to unlock that seal.
How is that even possible?
Canned experiences are a thing. Is it really so crazy for a city that deals in people's memories?
You've carried that weight with you the whole time, huh? What you and your knowledge led to having happened.
Lazarus, you think he's meeting your eyes prior. You're not sure. I didn't know when I could say.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess you could. Why? Prior clams up. He has a lot of conflicting emotions, let us say, towards Lazarus, and it shows in the fact that staring into that mask churns his stomach. So what? You just watched her grow up?
I did try to escape with her once, but we got caught. The plan was flawed to begin with. I didn't know if the head would have killed Adam or Cain, and I don't know why I thought I could outsmart the guy that sees everything.
I think at that, Meru will, he'll furrow his brow a bit, and he'll look over at Lazarus. And then he'll just say, "What, so you never... Did you never try to get rid of him?"
You're asking why I didn't try to kill Adam myself?
I guess.
he stares up for a moment and he says, I wish I could give you an actual answer, but I really was just too much of a coward to kill the guy that controlled my hatchery.
What the hell do we do now? What do we do?
We,
Because we have to keep going anyway, right?
I guess so.
if there's not an answer, then we won't find one, and if there is, it will reveal itself to us. In some ways, I guess this confirms one thing. All of Miix's memories should be still there, right? Maybe there's some way to... There's something we can maybe still do. Maybe. There's only one way to find out.
Yeah.
And
Yes, nothing changed.
I think that here is a great place to bring this session to a close. As you are all left to dwell in this secret area for a moment, in this garden. Thank you all so much for coming on out to the session. Thank you all to my players who did such a lovely job. I know, Miix, you have a very special announcement.
Hello, dear viewers. My name is Miix, and I'm excited to share a special announcement with y'all. So, something fun and cool is happening. A new TTRPG one-shot is coming to the Cinephon channel. It will be set in the world of Pokemon! And it'll feature the likes of Meru, Prior, and for the first time on this channel, I think, unless I'm wrong, Cinephon himself as players. They will actually be joined by a special guest making her first appearance on the channel, fellow VTuber, and a lovely, lovely lady, Sarah Stosis. And last, but certainly not least, the game will be run by me, Miix_time, and I'm excited to share this wonderful new adventure with all of y'all. The game will be run on August 29th during one of our break weeks at the usual start time, which I believe Cinna, you know the precise time zones better than I do.
Yep, 7 p.m. EST, 4 p.m. PST.
Yes.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there.
Yes. That'll be a lot of fun. Kyle will be on break on August 29th, so fortunately he is unable to join us, so please wish him the best. I put a lot of hard work into making something that everyone will enjoy. I truly hope that all of you will love it. We'll be posting sneak peeks and teasers in the following weeks on the Cinephon socials, so please keep an eye out and stay tuned for any more announcements. Thank you all so much, and have a wonderful rest of your day or night, everyone. That's all from me.
Yes, I'm very, very excited to get to be a player in Miix's game. I hope you will join us for then. Will we have fun redeems? That remains to be seen. I'll need to ask Miix about all of that and what we'll be doing on that end, but there will be more information coming soon, but it'll be a fun little one-shot. We hope you'll all come out. It'll probably be much lighter-hearted than the average 5th Trumpet session.
It better be.
It will.